I am here with my man, Triple R, who is in the hospital literally at this moment after having surgery. And this man is so dedicated to BCP that he is on here from the hospital. Triple R, man, before you get lost in your little zone that you're in and on that IV you must have connected to you, please give us your Bears love for this draft, my friend.
Yo, it's less than 24 hours away. I had to get this little nasal thing done. It hurts like a motherfucker, but I'm cool. But I had to check in with the BCP because you know me. I'm down with them. And we had to just like, yo, I'm still all for trading back, but whatever happens in less than 24 hours, I'm here for it.
Man, you are the man. You down with BCP?
Yeah, you know me.
You down with BCP?
Don't put you.
I wanted one more just to make the new opener with, but
I feel you. But
that together at some point.
This, like I say, I'm giving it all I got to be here, Captain.
Brother, we appreciate you coming on the show tonight to do the cold open from the hospital after surgery.
Word.
You know we're going to be running this all draft long.
Word.
So when you feel better, please get your ass back on the show because we are missing you tonight, brother.
Well, if everything goes according to schedule, I should be home tomorrow. But how I'm able to talk and breathe and all that is still remains to be seen. So appreciate it and much love to the whole BCP crew and posse, all the Bears, brother and sister and out there. Just had to check in with you, and tomorrow it's on, y'all. Tomorrow it's on.
It is Draft'sMas Eve, isn't it?
There it is.
You almost wish you can just peel away the tape just to look at the present underneath it, right? But you can't.
Just shake it up a little bit.
But
I've done that.
That
shouldn't be shaking that.
Right. I've done that before though, and it's ruined my Christmas. Have you done that ever? Peeked at your presents with you peel the tape away just to see what's under it?
Nah, because I grew up in a household you did that, you wouldn't get shit.
Right. I did it once and it sucked. It ruined it. So Triple R. Yep. And you this is amazing that you decided to do this tonight, and much love, much more to come from you on BCP. So man, get back to it, sit back and relax, watch the show. We're gonna have some fun.
All right, y'all.
And I do have your questions saved for the Ryan Poles interview section of this show, because we have interviewed Ryan Poles, and you're going to want to hear what everyone else has to say, or what his responses to everyone's questions will be, I should say.
The BCP will be on the cast here. How much I see of it live, I don't know, but I will definitely watch you on demand if I doze off.
Well, you will be dozing off, my friend. It sounds like you will be. And peace out to you, brother. We will see you ASAP.
Right on. Much love to the whole crew, y'all.
Much love, brother. Guys, let's kick this off.
Bears country. Where is it? It's in your man cave. Your home. Your car. Your local bar. Your city. State. It's across the world. It's in your heart. And it's here. The Bears Country Podcast.
That is right. Triple R and the Hospital dedication. This is the new crew of BCP. Let's bring them on. PJ, Foster Covers, Sam Rush, Triple R's in the Hospital, and in his replacement tonight. We loved Marcellus last week. He was a joy to have on the show. Marcellus, it is a pleasure to have you back, my friend. How are all of you guys doing tonight on Draft'sMas Eve?
Well,
Yo, what's up, fellas?
I am truly
freaking awesome. I can't wait, man. I just can't wait. I've been waiting for this for too long. It's awesome, man.
Yeah.
Anxious as hell, right, Foster? Like,
dude.
I can't wait.
Decades of hell. The big thing, though, is Triple R, man, speedy recovery. He looked like fucking crap earlier. You should have seen the picture that PJ and I saw, and I think you saw it too, Dan.
I saw it too, yeah. It was
glad
brutal.
we don't feel that bad, but he's going to be okay. So that's the godsend. He'll be back here before we know it. Awesome.
Good shit. Love the dedication to BCP, to the
Man,
Bears.
seriously, Triple R, man, that was some awesome stuff.
I totally.
I mean, to do that, like,
from the
I would do that too, but that takes a fucking special person to do that, you know, like just to be in the hospital and broadcast the opening to a show.
Shout out to Triple R.
So somebody
He'll
was
be back soon.
Who we know him to be.
So somebody on the Irish show earlier today was talking about how sick people are, and I said, man, everybody on here is sick because we're Bear fans. Look at the lengths you go to as a Bear fan. The guys, yeah, I gotta go pass out, but I'll say hi to you guys for 5 minutes before I go drop. You know, so look at the Bears fans. We're the best, man. We're the best fans.
Man, seriously, we are, aren't we?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes, sir.
I mean, here we are. Here we are on Draft'sMas Eve. And by the way, guys, there's something I need to acknowledge that I didn't do last week because we just kind of got right into the Ted Phillips retirement. And I wanted to take a moment to acknowledge and to show my appreciation for the Barroom Network and for Aldo Gandia and for everything that he has done for me and the things that he has taught me and taken me under his wing. And we have worked together as a brotherhood, and we are working together apart again now as a brotherhood. And everything is excellent. We are friends. And everything that I've learned from them, from Dan, I mean, Dan and Aldo was my favorite show of all time. And then all of a sudden I was on it. And I felt kind of strange. You know, you could imagine that, right? Like, I was like, sometimes I don't know what to say because I'm talking to like my literally my favorite podcast of all time that I was watching. It was the one thing I looked for. I would backtrack. I would even watch old episodes of Dan and Aldo. And so here I am on now this Bare Their Souls show, and I kind of felt it was almost too humbling for me. And I'm just very, very, very humbled to have been invited to be on that with them and have done that for a while. And I want everyone to know that we are all on great terms. And it's just, there's so much Bears content to be had now. And there's so many different ways you can absorb that I think that this channel now it's kind of reinvigorated me to come back to this. And because I'd focused so much attention onto that channel when I was over 500 subscribers on my own. And it was kind of like, I wanted to kind of see that through, you know, and you lose that a little bit when you're going off and doing your own thing and you're trying to help somebody else build their thing while you were previously trying to build your own thing before that. And I just think that I just wanted to do a couple more things on here, and it just worked out that he agreed that would be the best idea. And going forward, we are allies and friends, and everyone on here is allies and friends with the Barroom as well. And just want to say I appreciate you, Barroom, and I appreciate all you guys here who are on tonight with me and other networks as well. I've seen you all on other networks, but You guys are, PJ, Foster, Sam. You guys are now the show with Triple R. So you're welcome on anytime that you want to come on, brother. Anytime you want. You want to be a part of the show? I'm trying to build here on this channel for a while, since its inception, actually. And I just want to say that I appreciate everyone that has come along in this process. That includes Jordan Silvera for having me on his very first show. That includes Aldo for bringing me onto the ballroom after that. That includes all of you guys, including Nomad, who was the first guest to email me to be on one of my shows, and then he became my co-host because he was the only person I had because I was so young and trying to build this channel. And you guys all are now what make it. And so I want to just give my thank you to everyone that has been involved in this, including you guys. Much love. Long-winded.
Nice.
Absolutely.
Likewise. Much love to you too, man. And I'm just happy to hear that, things are great with you and Aldo and in the bar room, because we love you both. Like we like the kids sitting, we like the kids. We love you both, sitting here. We don't want to be stuck like the kids, like having to choose between you all, which we would never do.
Of course not.
Because we love you both.
I'm sitting on the bar room with you guys in chat.
Cheers to the bar room, for sure.
We all
I was worried, man. I didn't want to have one parent syndrome. I need to be at both shows,
Chat on the bar room.
Right.
I'm seriously, much love. Nothing but love from BCP.
Well,
you down with BCP?
You know me.
You know me.
You know me.
Hey, the opening note should be. This came to me because I always forget stuff. It should be like Bears Country. Where is it? Right fucking here.
I like what STC says.
I'm working on a new.
Dude, you're good.
I'm working on a new opener. Thank you, STC. I appreciate you for saying that. That is very kind. Thank you. I mean, it's anyone that wants to come on the show. I should put up the banner because I'm used to having on my own channel. Kitty, my wife, usually runs all this stuff. So I'm just I'm used to her pulling up all this stuff. So I just have to get used to doing it myself. So
we want Kitty. We want Kitty. We want Kitty.
I'm telling you, we need to put out a GoFundMe for Kitty. I thought I had a banner for let's see. Where are we here? Let's see. If you'd like to join this. No, let's see. For people that would like to join the show, let's see. I'm trying to find that damn banner. Here we go. If you'd like to be a guest, email us at BearsCountryPodcast.
There it is.
Yeah, sorry. This is a process. I was on the bottom for a while. I wasn't much watching some reality TV show right now. She could be doing this. But why would a woman want to be talking about the Bears right now? Right? Me?
Does it sound like he's going in and out?
Yep.
Okay.
Are you guys losing me?
Yep.
A little bit. Yep.
Well, that's weird. Let me see.
Yeah, I was wondering if my headphones was going bad or something.
Testing 1, 2, 3. How does this sound? Is this better?
Still going out.
Really? All right, hold on 1 second. You guys, I want to pose a question to you. Let's just give you a question to pontificate while I try to figure out my issues. Favorite player in the draft, PJ.
Ooh. Favorite player in the draft. I don't know. I'm gonna have to punt this one over to Foster. You're muted, Foster.
all the time. My favorite guy in this draft. Who's going to have him? Anderson, man, Jr. If I could have anybody I wanted right now, I mean, the way things are with all that stuff with Carter, because it was Carter, but I think I'd take Anderson, dude.
Okay.
Is this any better, guys? Better?
Sounds
Yes.
good.
Okay.
Level.
Thank you.
All right, Samo, who's your favorite player?
Not counting quarterbacks.
Ooh, that is hard. That is a hard one. But I think my favorite player in the draft. Ooh, I don't know, man. There's so many, but I think someone that I just had my eye on for a while has been Felix Nzoma. And it's probably just because of his little sack dance. I don't know what this is, but it looks cool. I love to see him do that in a Bears jersey. So
okay, there you go.
I think that's my guy.
What about you, Sel?
I got two. It's kind of like you guys got to help me out with names. I just know teams and positions a little bit.
All right. I got you, bro.
Is it Bijan Robinson out of Texas?
Yes.
Okay, I like him, and I like the right tackle from Tennessee. Is it Darnell? Right.
Darnell
Right.
Working in my mock.
Yep, I like those two.
Right.
And I think it's a possible. Never mind, I could get into that later on.
Now, going back to, I guess my favorite player in the draft overall is a player who I don't even have the Bears taking or even looking at. But I like the way he plays and I like his potential. That would be Nolan Smith. I think Nolan Smith from Georgia, number 4. I think if we already had certain things, he'd be a good fit because I see a lot of upside for him. A lot of upside. He got that quickness. He got some strength to him. He's kind of light, but I think you can put on some weight. And I honestly think he's going to be really good. I really do.
I agree with you. That's a good pick. He's like a weapon. I think he's a guy like a God, I can't even think of his name right now. Down in the Cowboys.
The linebacker Parsons.
Yeah,
Parsons. Yeah, he's like a Parsons where you move him around and just keep people guessing. I think he's gonna be that type of player. You can weaponize him and keep offenses guessing, from play to play where he's going to line up and, deploy him in different situations during situational football. That's a great pick, actually. Now, can I change mine? I'm with PJ.
I actually don't even have him in my pick.
How deep in what pick do you think he's going to be?
I think he's going to go in between 10 and 25. I just think he's going to go between 10 and 25.
So
Nolan Smith?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he'll be top 15. I don't even think he'll last. I think he's top 15. I think that,
down.
But I think, for me, I don't want to give away my mock yet, but for me, I think getting an offensive lineman early is the way to go. I think having a pass rush, we didn't have one last year, but he's kind of light, though. That's the thing. He's only weighing 238 pounds. So he kind of scares me in that sense, but I think he has great upside. I really think he has great upside.
I agree. I don't think he's for us, though, right now.
Right.
Yeah.
I think he's a luxury.
I don't like conflict, I'll be honest. And I say that just like a Chicago. I don't like conflict.
What conflict are you talking about?
I just don't. Conflict. I just don't see Nolan Smith as he just seems too small for me. I don't. He's like a tweener of a position I can't put him in. For me.
Yeah.
I think that's the beauty. His beauty right now, though.
Isn't there a guy like that on the Dallas Cowboys?
Yeah, well, maybe you're right. Maybe he does become the dude from the Cowboys. But I don't know. I just don't see it. He seems too small for me. I'm sure we're gonna have a special guest coming on a little bit here, Jordan Silvera. I'm sure he's gonna have his own words on his own take on Nolan Smith too. And I think that he might agree, but I might be wrong. But
I think Jordan. I think him and I talked about this once, and we were on the same thing. We just sky's the limit with this guy, possibly, man.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I think when you think of the ideal of drafting and you're drafting for upside, out of everyone, I see a lot of upside for him.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's a scheme fit given his size, but when I see some of the plays of him in Georgia, man, he is fast off that edge, and he's really strong. So I think he has a lot of upside. I really do.
6'3", 236.
Yeah, see.
There's triple.
He's just a ball player, like you say. He's a football player.
He's a football. Yeah.
So
speaking of Moody in the 7th, Triple R, we're already drafting in the 7th round with him. He must be really drugged up over there.
What's up, Ravi in the chat? I want to give some shout outs to some guys in the chat. Ravi,
absolutely.
Triple R, J Rock, Retro.
FTC.
Man.
Yeah. Dude, thank you all for coming out tonight, man. Squeegee. Squeegee, happy to see you again, Squeegee. Heart Foundation.
Yeah. Mr. Mayhem. Squeegee.
Yes.
You said
dude,
Squeegee.
I
gotta give Retro shit because he said I like it hard. And I said something like I like it hardly sticking out of her ass or something like that. I don't know, whatever.
J2K. All right.
Terrible pigment shit, but it's starting early. Cliff. Sorry, guys. Chat did it.
Cliff Victoria. Man, all you guys in the chat.
Oh,
man.
by the way, we're gonna have Don Burr on a little bit later too, guys.
Oh,
really? Is that a load of crap or for real?
No, it's for real.
Oh man, him and I have been arguing for years, and we've never talked.
No, he's gonna be on for. I'm sure he won't last long, but he'll be on.
Dang, that's what she said.
Don's okay. He's a diehard Lion fan, and he's as sick as Bears fans, man.
He wants to be a Bear fan so bad, man. I think Don wants to change over so bad. He's in our chats. He has no time for a Detroit chat. You can't tell me he's in a Lions chat. He's never been in a Lions chat.
They don't have a chat over there, do they?
Meowing in the Lions.
Oh, I've been
when he comes on,
the Lions chats.
say,
I go into Lions chats and call for him, dude, and he comes up and starts giving me shit. Ask him. What the fuck are you subscribed to a Lions chat for? I'm looking for you, Don. That's what I told him, man. Serious. Ask him. See what the hell you're up to, man. I'm gonna live like you bastard. No, he knows I'm kidding.
Hold on. In fact, he's in the background asking me to bring him on now, so I'll just bring him on.
I gotta tell you, Detroit Lions versus everybody, motherfuckers. Oh, wait a second. Did you just say that 4 of our players just got suspended for half the season? Oh shit.
Yeah, that was his. That's all he would do, guys. He wouldn't do anything more than that.
No, he said, I'm going to quote him because he said in chat that 3 of those guys don't matter and the other one was a low-tier wide receiver. But I thought he was saying how good that guy was going to be this year. If I'm not mistaken, earlier.
Didn't 2 get cut?
He's trying to play it off like it's nothing. Those guys getting suspended and everything in Detroit.
Yeah, I know.
2 of them got
It's amazing, isn't it?
Yeah. No, it's Don Burr.
Yeah, it's Don Burr.
Deja vu,
Detroit's gonna Detroit. We've been saying it all year long. Detroit's gonna Detroit, and look, what the season hasn't even fucking started. We didn't even get to the draft, and Detroit's already Detroit. Everyone's worried about Detroit. J Rock in the chat. I think me and J Rock went back and forth one day. Like J Rock was telling me, like, yeah, Detroit's got a good roster though, and I'm like, J Rock, but Detroit's gonna Detroit. He's like, man, look, we need to fear them a little bit. I'm like, J Rock, I'm not gonna worry about them. They're gonna fuck it up one way or the other.
You say his name 3 times, and he appears.
I'm gonna change that to Detroit's going to Detroit.
Come on, Don. What's going on? What do you got to say? How come you're here, you big fucking Bears fan?
Let's bring Don back on.
I gotta tell you, Detroit Lions versus everybody, motherfuckers. Oh, wait a second. Did you just say that 4 of our players just got suspended for half the season? Oh, shit.
I knew he was going to give me some shit about that was wrong. And it wasn't all 4 players for half the season. Some of them were more, like, indefinitely. But shit, what does that mean for the Lions, guys?
Let me say this real quick about the Lions. I think when it comes to the Lions, Dan Campbell is like a coach's or a player's type coach that gets that rah-rah going. But I think he lacks the discipline to keep his guys in line. And I think that's what's being shown here with these suspensions. I mean, he's that guy to get you motivated, get you pumped up, but he's not showing that side of, hey, guys, stay in line. Whereas with Eberflus, he may not always be that rah-rah sort of guy, but he's holding you accountable to where you don't do what you're supposed to do, you're going to be out of here. So I think by comparison, I think that's the difference there that we're seeing in that coaching style. I mean, in the long run, I'm curious to see how Dan Campbell works out. But I was afraid this was going to happen for Detroit at some point because of that.
What's the saying, Sam?
Detroit's gonna fucking Detroit. Always. Always gonna fucking Detroit. That's a great point, PJ. And
here you go.
I kind of feel that same way.
You're building something here, Lions. You're like actually you're coming out of the fog of the ruins of nothing that you've ever built before. And all of a sudden this. Yeah. It's like, come on. That's a perfect saying. Detroit will Detroit.
And I just hope, honestly, and this I'm speaking this for a fan of a person. Jalen Carter, I think if he goes there, that would be very bad for him personally. I think they need a more settled down person or more mature person because I think that may be a bad atmosphere for him. That's again my opinion.
I think that Detroit they are who we thought they were.
Right.
They are who we thought they were.
Yep.
They are who we know they are.
Yep.
I mean, that meatball-headed coaching style can only last for so long, right? It's not going to resonate for everyone, right? So you go picking up a Jalen Carter and bring him on to Detroit. Is that going to make him, or is that just going to give him a little bit more freedom because his coach is a meatball? You know?
Yep.
Yeah. I am curious to see how David Montgomery responds there. I'm really curious whether or not he helps him because I always thought he was a level-headed type leadership sort of guy, being David Montgomery. So I'm real curious to see how he works out in their locker room. You know what I mean?
Deuce Staley the running backs coach there?
He's not anymore. He left. He bailed. He bailed out.
Oh, did he?
Yep. He left. I forgot where he went. But yeah, I saw he went to another team. Yep. And I think it's almost almost a lateral move. I want to say it was a lateral move too. So And when I saw that, I was like, kind of raised my eyebrow a little bit, like, okay.
Right.
People are already starting to see, like, this is bullshit. This shit not gonna last that long. Like you said, that meathead coaching style it's cool only for so long. It's not gonna resonate with players who, looking for leadership, real leadership. I think Dan is a great guy. I think that he's a good motivator, but as far as being that leader that holds players accountable, right? And, I don't see that in him. I just don't see that. I think he wants to be cool with the guys and one of the fellas and show them like, hey, I'm one of the guys. Look at me. I work out. Look, I'm working out just as hard as you guys. No, fuck that. You guys work out. I can eat donuts. You guys I'm your coach. This is what you're supposed to do. Fucking block, fucking tackle, fucking catch passes. But the type of coach we have.
And that's the thing that
as opposed to this meathead, never seen meathead as a head coach.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing that is keeping the Bears away from Hard Knocks. They're pushing back as much as they can. They have pushed back from day one. They have never been on it, and they're getting close, guys. They're going to have to be on it. Eventually, they're going to force them to be on it one day.
Bears have a lot of fans, so they want them on it. Yes,
of course they do, but they keep refusing.
Right.
And it comes down to, I think it ends up being the McCaskey power says, listen, fuck off. Do not put us on NFL, on this fucking thing. So then they're like, okay, we won't do that. But I'll just let you know, eventually you're going to have to do it. And they know it's coming. It's kind of like that, like that one thing you're looking for, you're trying not to look for because it's going to be like, oh, shit. And they don't want to expose themselves for, all the intricacies of how their team works. Because I think they work differently than most teams. And they want to maintain that respect that they have around the league. And if they show in any way, shape, or form that things are chaotic, like you might see on some of these HBO Hard Knocks, that it does expose things. Like, for example, the Lions. You got to, more exposed to the meatball head coach that they have.
Right.
So if the Bears did that, that would be against they're so fine-grained with how they protect their image that it would not work for them. It's going to take when it finally happens and they're forced to do it, that'll be it for them, because it'll be the next team that owns the next guy that owns the team, I should say.
I'll say this real quick. If I'm not mistaken, the last time they actually was offered the Hard Knocks job, wasn't that when Lovey was the head coach? That's a question.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think that was
it's been a while.
Yep. Yeah. So I think under Eberflus, the way because Eberflus is more like a coach's coach. That kind of reminds me like of your high school coach or college coach, a guy who's actually about business. So him being about that business, I think that he being on Hard Knocks, I think that'd be a good showing. Whereas I wouldn't have wanted Nagy or Tressman on Hard, or even John Fox for that matter. I wouldn't have wanted none of those guys on the Hard Knocks representing the Bears, because that would have been a bad look.
Right.
But I think Eberflus, I think he gets it. I mean, as far as it remains to be seen how his overall tenure will be. But I think he gets the fact that what it takes to be a coach, and not just an offensive coordinator, or not just a defensive coordinator. He's actually a coach of the whole team, and it shows to me.
We have a retro. Retro seems to be pontificating here when he says, my question is, and this is a conspiracy type theory, if the NFL didn't have revenue sharing, would the Vikings, Lions, and Bears have been so bad for so long? No. The Packers have been promoted hard. That's an excellent phrase. And here's why. They are up there in the middle of fucking nowhere where nobody gives a fuck about Green Bay. Minneapolis, the Vikings, they're in a big city. The Lions are in a big city. The Bears are in a big city. The Packers are in fuck off land. And so, of course they're going to promote the hell out of that team. If they don't have a Hall of Fame quarterback on that team every year, nobody's going to want to play for that team. So that's an excellent question.
So is it more about the promotion, or is it more about they had two Hall of Fame quarterbacks back to back?
Yep.
Yeah, it's a combination, man. I think it's a combination of that.
Yeah.
That certainly didn't. It certainly didn't hurt him having that star power on the team for the last 25, 27 years, and it sure sucked for us, but it didn't hurt him, man.
Not at all.
Nothing but attraction. Look at Rodgers is still gone, but yet anytime his name is mentioned now, it's still going to be, there's going to be Packers, even if it's unsaid, with his name forever. So that's going to go on in New York for at least 1 or 2 years.
Yeah.
Same as Favre. I mean, it's that cycle's just repeated itself, man.
Yeah.
That cannot happen again.
Let me ask a
funny
question.
about Aaron Rodgers going to New York.
Yeah, that's what
26 years, we were 35 games over 500 against them.
Green Bay
What are we now? 6 or 8 below?
The Green Bay already spray painted or got rid of a mural that he was on.
Let me ask you guys this question real quick. How do y'all think Aaron Rodgers will do in his first year in New York, starting with Foster, going clockwise?
You're starting. Okay, so actually, I think he's going to end up doing okay, man.
His first year, what do you think his record?
Just because of what they have intact already. I'm going to go on just last season, okay? Because I can't go back further than that. But look at what the Jets were doing last season. What if they would have had a consistent quarterback through the whole season? I think they would have made the playoffs. You look at their defense. You look at what was their record at one point, 6-3 or something, and then they went. I didn't follow them too hard, but I always watch because I don't like New York and LA teams. I like to see them fail. Honestly, it's nothing against the people. I just always hated the media. Both coasts always left us out, but I see him succeeding just because. Two reasons, man. It's Aaron Rodgers. The guy is a freaking one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time, no matter what else you could say about him. He's one of the greatest quarterbacks. And then with what he's got around him, they'll probably add a few more pieces in the draft. Another free agent or two late, that offense should be decent to go. And if the defense plays like last season, they're going to win 10, 12 games easy, I think. I'm just going on to their scheduling because I kind of know who they play. I'm not sure about all the NFC teams, but look at who they're playing. They got those games against Buffalo, Miami.
Okay.
So take it all into consider. That might. I'm going on that. I don't know what New England's going to be like. I don't know what to expect out of Mac Jones and New England this year.
Okay.
Even Miami, because I was never sold completely on Tua, and I kept saying, if the guy makes it, I'll renege because I said he wasn't going to be successful, man. But you don't know what this season's going to bring. I just, again, with what's around him, I could see him having a decent season.
What do you think?
Because of who he is, man. He wills things to happen sometimes, that bastard.
Okay.
Well, I kind of disagree with Foster there, man. I think it's going to be a fucking shit show for multiple reasons, man. And I'm hoping I'm right too, just because the lack of leadership, man. Rodgers has shown us that he does not like young players. This is an offense that's full of young players. They had Breece Hall, young player. They have what's his name from Ohio State, who actually had a great year last year. Young players on offense. He doesn't mesh well with younger guys. He doesn't know how to communicate with younger guys or to coach up younger guys. Some young guys don't want to hear, they don't give a fuck if you are a fucking all-star or if you fucking Aaron Rodgers right away. Like, look,
right.
I mean, I'm here too. We all in NFL. Talk to me like a man,
Right.
Don't talk shit to me like he did to these receivers in Green Bay this past year. And then I think there's a lack of leadership as an offensive coordinator too. They got the guy who was the head coach of Denver last year as their offensive coordinator. That was a fucking shit show with Russell Wilson last year. That entire offense Russell Wilson looked like shit for the first time ever in his career under a head coach who I think he was just doing dumb, boneheaded shit early on in the year. And then you have to deal with he also has to deal with the media in New York, who are not going to take it easy on him when he's fucking up. Right. And I just think that, there's so much potential for shit to just go wrong. And then they've already rolled out the red carpet and pretty much giving him all the power. But him, coming in, making demands saying, hey, I want you to sign this player. Like, dude, get the fuck out. If you coming or you fucking not. Like, you want to win or you don't. Like, we don't want to hear all that shit, Aaron. You play ball. Throw the fucking ball.
Guys.
So I just don't think it's going to work out.
Guys, do you want to move on to the next subject of this show, which is the draft and our mock draft?
But someone didn't get a chance to answer the question yet.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. Finish up, you guys. I'm a bad moderator. Bad moderator. That's
okay. I think they're going to be a decent team. I think they're going to finish by 10-7. I think they're going to make the playoffs. They probably be like second in the division. So I'm hoping they don't do well because of Aaron Rodgers, but I think he's going to make them a better team. And I know he don't like young receivers, but he's got Nathaniel Hackett back as his coordinator. And so he had him in Green Bay, and he did well with them. So I think they're going to click, but I just think they're going to be a mediocre team, a little above mediocre. They will make the playoffs, though. But I hope they don't, because I don't like Aaron Rodgers.
Okay. All right there, Shorty. Go ahead, man. I'm sorry.
What if we hit a couple of these questions real quick right here?
Let's go. There's not many questions, actually. It's people just waiting for us to move on to the next subject, I think.
All right, I missed
it. We have Jordan Silvera as a special guest waiting in the wings, wondering what the fuck is going on right now because he wants to talk some football. So we should probably bring him on because I think we should bring on, let's do kind of like our own quick version of what we did for our mock draft as our final version. And then we can run one single version of the BCP mock draft. That'll be the one that stands, and we can use that for future reference based on what we all think. So, guys, let's bring in Mr. Silvera, who has been waiting for so long. I apologize, my friend. You're muted, my friend.
How you guys doing? Good evening, gentlemen.
Everyone comes in like Tooch, don't they?
Yeah, well, shit, I was falling asleep at the wheel.
You're 3 hours behind us, and you're falling asleep at the wheel?
Yeah, you're fucking working that slave shift, man.
You're like, oh, man, this guy's boring the hell out of me.
You've been doing stuff constantly. I've been watching, man. I'm trying to catch up with you guys, Jordan.
I appreciate it, Foster.
Jordan's been on tour today, right? You've been on tour today.
I was on some guy's mock earlier and then hopping on now.
Jordan, we appreciate you, man. I didn't mean to keep you so long.
Are we allowed to be explicit?
Of course, yes. This is fucking BCP. Here, lay it all up.
I'm everybody's $2 crack whore right now. That's what I am. They just use me, abuse me, and throw me to the side.
You're a cum dumpster.
Yeah, but I don't.
You're a little cum dumpster right now, huh?
We all have a time for that.
I want to say this, Jordan, man. You guys, you and Swifty and BearsCountryPodcast, you guys make shit so easy now. Because all I got to do if I'm looking for something is go to one of your guys' stuff, and I can get almost everything I freaking need, or a lead to get to the next thing I got to look at, man.
No, I appreciate it, Foster. You're far too kind, but thank you. Swifty and George.
I want to send you my mock, too, because I think you'll like this one, dude. But we'll get to that later, man.
And, Jordan, I brought you on here because I do want to know, obviously, we've all heard you're exhausted talking about it. But I kind of wanted you to have a little fun tonight, though. Kind of unwind, relax a little bit. So we have some questions for Ryan Poles because we had an interview with him, and I would love to know what your questions are for. I'm sure I shouldn't say we had an interview with him. He's waiting in standby. Ryan Poles is, and so we have questions. Whatever questions you guys have, we can just give it to Ryan Poles, and he can answer it for us because PJ knows him apparently. PJ's friends with Ryan Poles. And he is in the background waiting for us. And so, Jordan, I was hoping for you to come on and just have some fun tonight with us. Unwind. You can stay on as long or as little as you like. You can talk all the football that you want or not. But I would love you just to kind of have fun with us for a minute. How you doing, man?
I'm good, man. Yeah, I'm here to answer any questions, give any takes anybody needs, and tell you how much, I don't know. What do you want to hear? That I'm not excited about Paris Johnson at 9, or or that
to be honest,
it should be Skaronski or it should be Lucas Van Ness, but we're not going to get that.
We all know you. So is he Dan Hampton to you?
No, he's not Dan Hampton to me, but he's more like Hampton. He is Ryan Kerrigan, but athletically unlocked. And, DeJuan Jones, absolutely not going to be a Chicago Bear, but would be a fantastic right tackle that would allow you to get your defensive player at number 9 and then still fill that right tackle need. But God forbid, he's 370. We don't draft 370 pounders.
he can't move in this scheme.
He probably doesn't put together good Wednesday practices.
This is what I love. I love this, Jordan. Give it to us.
Give it to us in rare form tonight. You fellas got me in a rare form tonight, so let's do it.
Yeah. Let's not be analytical. Let's just break this down. Let's have fun tonight, man.
Let it all hang out, man. This is the BCP, bro.
I mean, we got a day left. Let me spin it all around you. And I know this is mainly Bears, but what would blow your mind tomorrow? What do you want? It can be Bears, it can be anything, but what puts you in a mood tomorrow? If it's angry, if it's happy, tell me what puts you at level 10, whatever that is.
I'm gonna go around the clock, starting around the horn with you, PJ, to Foster, down to Sam, and then back to me.
Okay. What would put me in a mood? One of the quarterbacks dropping to the Bears and teams biting at the bit to get him, to move up to the Bears to get him. That would make me really yes. I think that would be the best case scenario for the Bears.
So a trade down.
Yes, because a bunch of teams wanting to get that number 9 pick to grab their quarterback. So you tend to overpay at quarterbacks. So a team then will overpay to get that number 9 pick. That's what really make me excited.
That's it, PJ. You're out of the show. He does that every fucking time to me. So I'm going to go first every time from now on out. I'll bring you back in with that one stipulation, PJ. You're last. You're last.
You guys are funny.
Jordan, you're on here to have fun, man. Analytically fun. Let's talk about quantum physics with some fun. So, Foster, you're next.
Well, you said anything, dude. So honestly, the first thing that came to my mind was my kids having a good freaking day tomorrow, both working. So
that wins. That's a winner.
That's first. But if we go Bears, it is. It's either getting Paris at 9 or trading back and getting right at 17 or 18, whatever, somewhere in there, and picking up another pick down the road, man. That would be just the top of the day if I could have those 3 things happen. My son smile, my daughter smile, and the Bears get an OT and another pick, somebody that they need.
Mm-hmm. I can't wait to hear what Ron Poles has to say later when we interview him.
And a package of Viagra.
Samo, go ahead.
What would really make me happy is if we traded down. I don't want to pick at 9. I definitely want to trade down with Pittsburgh, pick back up our 32nd pick and 17, and possibly trade back again into the first round and pick up some more draft capital and still get a good offensive lineman in the first round. Like, that would be ideal to me, and that would just have me happy as hell and anxious as hell about day 2 of the draft.
Speaking my language, Sam. Sel, what do you think?
Trade with Pittsburgh, get that 17th pick, and hopefully get that second round pick back. Get Darnell Wright, and then with the second round pick, get the defensive end out of USC.
God, dog, I can't say his last name.
Tuipulotu.
Later on in the draft, I would try to get.
Yeah, I'm never gonna get that. Thule is what we call it.
Yeah. That's those two right now. Yep.
I spent a couple of months in Maui, and I learned all the street signs from the locals. You literally pronounce every vowel like Tuipulotu. You know, you pronounce the vowel like you would A-E-I-O.
Yeah, Tuipulotu.
Yeah.
Sometimes you just got to see it to be able to
exactly. Like Abanikanda, right?
Yeah, Abanikanda. Yeah.
Okay, how about what's the next one? Hold on. Wait.
Adatamiwa Adabare.
Say it again.
Adatamiwa Adabare.
Adatamiwa Adabare.
Yeah, something like that.
I mean, that's a skill right there, Jordan. Say it again.
Adetamiwa Adebawore.
Adetamiwa Adebawore. Yes.
Just go with Tommy, dude.
That's you got to find the artisticness in it, like Adetamiwa Adebawore. Yes, I got it.
Let's call him Tommy Aid.
Double A.
Double A.
Yep, double A.
I'm working it. That's why I came to you for the actual critical. Like
I'll tell you, fellas. There's no way in hell it happens, but nothing would make me happier tomorrow than finding some way for a quarterback to land to 9. I don't really care who it is, Levis, Richardson. And again, this is not going to happen. This is fantasy land. But if you find a way to get Chase Young and a pick swap, that would be the best of both worlds. It's not even because look, everybody likes Chase Young because he was the number 1 overall or number 2 overall pick, whatever he was. He's been hurt, and the reality is, you acquire him, you're going to have to pay up. You're not getting that 5th-year option, so you're getting a 1-year trial year. And if it goes well, you have to hand him a massive deal, or you're letting him walk. So I'm not saying it's the best move, but it gets you immediate defensive end help. You move back, 5-6 spots. You can still get a tackle at that range, a Broderick Jones, Skoronski if he falls, maybe even an Anton Harrison if that's your flavor. And now you get to plug that tackle hole. You get to fill it with a defensive end that you need. And then we can talk about round 2. Do you want to go get a center? Do you want to get a tight end? Do you want to get a tackle? But to me, as a Bears fan, I would love to see Chase Young and its pick swap. Outside of that, I know I'll placate Don Burr here a little bit. We have him in the chat. Nothing would make me more mad, level 9 out of 10, than Jalen Carter becoming a defensive Detroit Lion tomorrow night.
Okay.
You see a defensive line that consists of Levi Onwuzurike, Josh Paschal, Aiden Hutchinson, the Aquara brothers, Jalen Carter coming after this offensive line. I don't care if it's Skoronski, Paris Johnson, whoever. I don't want Jalen Carter there.
Okay.
George, you just made PJ cream in his
pants. You did. PJ is had an orgasm in his pants right now.
Time out. You got to get Jordan off the show. He's over there stealing my ideas.
All right,
Jordan, you got to get him out of there.
Jordan's out of here.
You got to get him out of there. He's stealing my ideas, stealing my thunder, stole my mock. Man, he just get him out of there.
Well, he was just about to lead into how they're going to move Tevin to right tackle, PJ.
Man,
beating the dead meatloaves, PJ. Beating them dead meatloaves.
And J-Rock's asking, what round do I see Ricky Stromberg going in? Stromberg's the center that I like. Been high on him since before the college season started last year. He was one of the centers that kind of was falling under for people. Stromberg's a guy I see going at probably the 4th. Early day 3. I think that somebody's going to find a use for him. And again, it's not that I think that he's the best center, but he is, to me, kind of the leader of those second tier of centers. I'd probably put Whippler ahead of him by a little bit, but different flavors. Whippler is much more, I don't want to say finesse player, but moves a little better. Whereas Stromberg's just an ass kicker. He's a bully. So it depends on what you're looking for. But to me, when we're talking about Stromberg, early day 3.
Wow.
Shout out to Swifty.
Swifty in the house.
Send Swifty the invite. Swifty, you can take my spot at any time. I'm running on E right now.
But he's 3 hours behind us, and he's running on E, Swifty.
Yeah. As I told Dan, I'm here for a good time, not a long time. So.
Exactly. Well, I told you, as I said to you, Jordan, just like I said to Swifty, I sent Swifty an invite. So if he wants to come on, you're welcome to. But it's an open invite. So like, if you consider this, Jordan, if you see it from me, it means you can come on or not. If you feel like it, hop in when you see something working that you want to talk about, you're in.
Well, even if it's just to come in and tell Shorty to fuck off for like a second.
Exactly. If you want to be like, Shorty, go eat a fucking, I'm sorry, I don't want to.
No. Well, I like what you're doing here. I like that you're back to creating content on your channel, and it's an enjoyable time.
I appreciate you very much, Jordan. You were on episode number 2 of BCP, and I appreciate you coming on again.
Of course. No, I'm glad to be here.
I mean, this is a very exciting time. We have a lot to look forward to in the next couple of days. We all have a lot of work to do doing this, and we're all going to be here working with each other. And I'll give you guys links. You and Swifty, you guys can come on BCP anytime you guys want for the next 3, throughout the whole draft. It's an open invitation to you, Jordan, and to you, Swifty, and you guys can just in and out, in and out, in and out, in and out, because it'll be going. And you'll be going there. But if you want to come on here and say this, we'd love to have you, my friend.
That's what she said.
You could do all that shit on the other show and just come on here and scream. In between, so you can get the up and down flow, dude.
before you go to sleep tonight, Jordan, would you like to ask Ryan Poles any questions tonight?
Sure.
What's your first question?
It's a good one. I sent you my questions for him.
Yeah, you should just look at your phone and just go question number 1.
Yeah, let's do it. I can't wait to see. I don't even know how you do these robots where the mouth moves and everything.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, I don't know what I'm talking about.
I don't know what you're talking about. That's whatever he's saying.
Let's ask him, why would he draft Paris Johnson at number 9, knowing that he can find and pull a Braxton Jones in the 5th round on any given year?
Well, Ryan Poles, what would you say to that question?
Good question, Jordan. The answer is we have quantum physicists working on that as I speak, and I'll be able to give you the answer to that question real soon.
We gotta fix those fucking cockeyes.
Thank you for that answer.
Fucking wandering eye over here.
I forgot to say, I probably should say, thank you so much for coming on the show, Mr. Poles, because I can't even imagine that you would have even come on the show to begin with, and I can't find where it's at, so never mind. So, what Jordan, what's your second question that you have for Mr. Poles tonight before you exit the show?
Can he further explain Bears analytics, the analytical cylinder with those quantum physicists that he has in the building?
And here's Ryan, would you like to answer that question?
Great question, Jordan. The answer is we have quantum physicists working on that as I speak, and
Sorry, wrong question.
Lord knows. I hope he does. Analytics to the cylinder.
Hold on, where's the other one? Let's see. Is this it?
As I've stated before, I plan on entirely trading the answer to that question.
Fucking it all up. Hold on. I thought I had it all worked out. Hold on.
Yeah.
And Poles has been hanging out with Aaron Rodgers on those psychedelics right now or some shit. He's acting all crazy.
Is this it? Hold on. Is this
question, Jordan. Around. The answer is we have quantum physics.
No, that's not it. That's not it.
If you get it all worked out, the show will be dangerous.
Yeah, once I get it figured out.
Right. Leo's over here.
This has got to be it.
With the cryogenic superhuman process that we're currently putting Jatire Carter through, I think that's going to prove that we can pretty much take anybody from round 3 on and turn them into a superstar.
Did you guys hear what he just said?
I'm going to enter the draft next year, dude.
I mean, listen to what he just said about Jatire Carter.
Well, with the cryogenic superhuman process that we're currently putting Jatire Carter through, I think that's going to prove that we can pretty much take anybody from round 3 on and turn them into a superstar.
I'll be the greatest UDFA ever, man. Between the bionics and that shit, I'm in. At 60.
Doesn't that just make you want to say in PGT and Poles got this?
I'll tell you what. Why don't we put Foster covers? Let's have him battle it out with Pat Scales for the long snapper position. And
oh God! All right, so you had one more question for him, Jordan. Hold on, which one was that?
This is kind of a serious one, but how is he going to weaponize or strategically maneuver across the board with that cluster of 3 picks between 50 something and 61 and 64?
Yeah, let's see if this is
working on that as I speak, and I'll be able to give you the answer to that question.
No, that was the wrong one. I'm sorry. Were you still talking,
Still
Jordan?
working
I'm
on it.
sorry.
No, you're fine.
Still working
Hold on,
on
was
that shit.
Just all the way into the second. I want to own a majority of the team's picks from round 2 to 7, and I think that that'll be enough to answer your question there, Jordan.
There you go. That's the answer to your third question.
Yeah, we are just special on this show, Jordan. Don't forget it. We're special.
Jordan, your questions were meant to be last.
That's
from Mr. Pulls, but since you,
Mr. Pulls had obviously had a long day by the time that you got my questions to him with his good eyes and everything else that's going on.
Swifty, I'm too hot for this.
He's got to be really high because he just told the Bears to take me in the 7th round or some shit.
Dan, can you explain the word pontificate?
Put Retros up there because he said something like they'd have a better, easier time unfreezing Ted Williams' head than making me play anywhere on the fucking line.
Oh my gosh. Yes, I can explain the word pontificate. It means to philosophize about any subject from both perspectives until you can't come up with an answer. That's what that means. And therefore, guys, I have created another YouTube channel called the Pontificators Podcast. Go check it out. It's episode 1 came out about my UFO experiences. It's kind of iffy, I'll be honest, but it's going to get better because I'm working with new people that don't know how to handle themselves as well as you. And so therefore it's going to get better with time. But pontificating is something we should all do. Fucking hilarious.
You said experiences.
That
you
first
S at
episode
the end
was
of
just
that.
6 guys sitting around getting high. I don't know what you're talking about, Dan.
Oh my God. Retro Swift, I'm not drunk enough.
Patience, Retro, patience, and persistence.
I guess I have a question for you all. Have we seen Daniel Jeremiah's latest mock, the final mock?
No.
So we got to have a conversation about this. This is going to blow your guys' mind. So who do you think he has the Bears grabbing at number 9? Which let it be known, like Daniel Jeremiah is not, I'm not telling you he's the gospel, but he's relatively well connected. I would think he happens to know.
Jalen Carter.
Wait, a hint? Offense or defense?
Defense.
Jalen Carter.
I say cornerbacks.
Weatherspoon.
Tyree Wilson. I don't know who's
you pulled it up, Foster. Come on now. Yes.
I think if he beat her, man.
Tyree Wilson, number 9 overall.
Wow.
That's been the talk lately. Somebody said he's going
foot injury.
I can't remember.
Here's that wasn't actually the one.
Real quick too, before you do that, because I said the crap with the 1732 bit with Pittsburgh on March 16th on one of these shows. So that one's been killing me because what I said is everybody's been talking about it for 2 fucking weeks. Go ahead, Jordan. Sorry.
No, that's okay. I mean, here's the thing. Number 9, Tyree Wilson sounds like, that's pretty good. But to me, that wasn't even the pick that was most shocking. And again, this is somebody that you would think would happen to know a few things. He has number 1, Bryce Young, the Panthers. That's not a surprise. Number 2, C.J. Stroud, Ohio State, Texans. All right. I mean, they're going to take a quarterback maybe. Number 3, Texans move up with the Cardinals to take number 3, Will Anderson. So that would mean the Texans have back-to-back picks at 2 and 3, and they walk away with C.J. Stroud and Will Anderson.
Oh.
If indeed that happens, that would be madness. Madness.
That would be sick.
Did they make out better than the Bears then? Would you feel like they made out better than the Bears by getting that pick at 2 and having 12 and trading up? What did we get?
Yeah,
so we would have Tyree.
I mean, look, like the thing is, Sam, I'd love Tyree Wilson would be an awesome pick at 9. If that happens, I'd be shocked too. just don't see that happening. But to me, I will say, I don't think I could be too upset when you think about where the Texans are. They have so many picks from the Watson trade that they can throw those around and move around. And I mean, the thing with the Cardinals is, don't get me wrong, he doesn't go into what the Cardinals grabbed in exchange for that. But I don't think that the Cardinals are in a position to argue. They need to take what they can take. So if you're telling me that you have the Texans coming up, like we'll give you an extra 1 to move back 9 spots, what does that really hurt the Cardinals? The Cardinals will take whoever's there. They need players in general. So it's just wild to me to think that that's a boss move by Nick Caserio if he's all of a sudden saying, oh, you thought I was just going to get my QB or a defensive player? No, I'll get my QB. And then you thought I was done, but no, I'm going to move right back up and get the top defensive player too. That's boss.
Yeah. That's boss right there.
And that's so boss. It made me like forget what my next train of thought was, because that's like,
I mean, he has some wild.
It was about the head coach, the new head coach that they have there.
D'Amico Ryans.
When you start getting younger in age with coaching, as we've seen happen over the course of time, you start to get into like, a whole different realm of people that are progressive thinking. And we've seen it happen with all of us who used to play Madden when we were like 15, 13, 14, and we always deferred the kickoffs, and now they're deferring all the kickoffs. And just things like that we used to do playing the game of Madden, we're seeing head coaches do now, as silly as that sounds, but it's true. And it's you're seeing it just from our own generations, and now you're starting to see it from like another. Eventually, we're going to see it from a generation younger than us, and we're going to be like, "What in the fuck are they doing?" And it's kind of happening all now. It's fun to watch how the new generation of football is changing over the course of time.
Have we seen the Mike Greenberg tweet about how all the buzz is Jalen Carter to the Bears? Well, according to Mike Greenberg, all of the buzz in Kansas City is that Jalen Carter is going 9 to the Chicago Bears.
Wow.
We'll see. I mean, this is, to be very clear, I think this is about as high as lying season gets. So we'll see what happens.
But, yeah, I mean, this is as bad as it gets.
Well, because you have Mark Harmon coming out and saying it's Van Ness or whoever the other option was, and then you've got Greenberg saying it's Carter. You've got Tyree Wilson by Daniel Jeremiah. So we'll see what happens. But it's I will tell you what's interesting is out of all those, you continue to hear defensive linemen more than you hear offensive linemen.
Yeah.
If we draft Carter, I won't be surprised. I even said it on I think the first show we did, Shorty, that the Bears somehow would end up picking him at 9.
We did a mock draft, and I was like, well, fuck it, I'm going to take him.
We took him.
I mean, when you do so many mock drafts, you're like, well, I'll just take Jalen Carter here and see what happens. Like, it's not like you're going to
brings it up. That was the other name, Swift, is it was Van Ness or it was Darnell Wright. So there's one offensive tackle listed there, but
yeah.
And don't get me wrong, if Darnell Wright's the pick at 9, I'm not going to lose my mind, but I that seems rather rich to me. Yeah. For Darnell Wright, I would rather take a defensive lineman at that. And of course, my answer is Van Ness. But if it was Wilson, Anderson, Carter, I'm not sweating it. Those make sense.
How would you feel if they took Robinson at 9?
At who? At 9?
Robinson, Bijan Robinson.
Oh, Bijan. I love Bijan. I'm not even an anti-running back hater or anything of that sort. I just don't think it makes a lot of sense. I think it would be wonderful, and you could take a lot of pressure off Justin Fields. But by the time that you're going to put all of that mileage and wear and tear on Bijan, are you even going to field a team that can compete for a Super Bowl? And I understand that feels like that's what you'd hope. You would hope that in the next couple of years you would have a solid built roster. But I don't promise. I don't mean to rain on Bears fans' parades here. But if we're talking about rebuilding a team, let's use the Rams or the Cardinals at like graveyard status. They're at like 0 or 1 out of a 10-step rebuild. I genuinely think the Bears, and I think I'm being relatively generous here, are somewhere around level 4 or 5 out of that 10-level rebuild. And so that doesn't mean that you can't get there. I mean, we saw a team just like the Jaguars go from the top pick to a playoff team in a year. It can happen.
Right.
But if we're talking about adding a running back and all of a sudden that's going to fix, the defensive line that couldn't amount to more sacks than your safety or your tackles that were just getting beat over and over again to, linebacker issues, which we've spent on linebacker, so that's fine. But, defensive tackle stopping the run, I just think that it's not necessarily the time to add a star running back. You have other needs to fill.
Agreed.
I agree. Swift's got a good question here, and this is why I know Swift and I have talked about this, but to me, Dan, I'd asked you a fake question to polls about how do you use that cluster of 3 picks at the bottom of the second, early third. And this is something to me that I'm eager to see, and I hope that he does something with it. Again, let me be clear. I like those 3 picks at the end. It allows you to snag a running back, a tight end, and let's say an offensive tackle or a defensive lineman, depending on how you go in the first. But to me, I like the idea of shopping in a different neighborhood. And so if I could take a player at 9, for example, and get a premium blue chip talent, and then package 2 of those second-round picks or that first pick in the third round, like let's say take 61 and 64, and I'll package those and move up 15, 20 spots to like the Rams, for example. I think that's pick 36. I wouldn't mind doing that as a way to still get your blue chip talent at 9. And everybody that says, well, I'd like to trade back with Pittsburgh and get that 32nd pick back, this gets you in that same neighborhood without having to drop to later in the first round. And so to Swift's point, would I be mad if they packaged both picks in the second and came up for Darnell Wright? No, I wouldn't. But I don't think Darnell Wright's making it there. But if you went tackle and then you wanted to come up and go get, think of any Adetomiwa Adebawore, one of those guys in the second, I'd be okay with that.
I think that would be a consensus for that.
I mean, I'm sure Bears fans would probably be upset with the idea of you're giving a pick away. But again, to me, there's a cost doing business. And if you're telling me I can ship 61 and 64 for, let's say, like 37, I'll do that every day of the week, double down on Sunday.
Yeah, because it's like we're missing an entire round of a pick almost.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
And this, by the way, this wouldn't short you. You would still get your 50-some pick. But you would get, again, you're shopping for real estate. And right now, the way it sits is you're buying 3 houses all on the same street. But if you take and trade in 2 of those houses or 2 of those picks, you get to shop in a whole new residential market.
Mm-hmm. Are you stealing Swifty's ideas over here?
I think he and I have talked about it. I think what I stole his idea of was he loves himself some Adebawore. And I'm not nearly as high on Adebawore, but
Triple R, who is not here tonight, loves himself some Adebawore too. Sam, you're back. Sorry, buddy.
It's funny because Jordan, you and Swifty, like I'll bounce from shows to show, and I've been behind, so I've been watching a lot while I'm doing stuff. The last 2 days, I got a bunch of stuff going on, and it seems like I'm going, wait, man, didn't Jordan just talk about this? And then I go back and look, and I'm like, Swifty was talking about like the same shit. So it just.
Yeah, Swifty and I we see the game similarly. So a lot of the time, if I'm
it doesn't surprise me.
Yeah. So
we
differ though.
Everybody loves what Swifty has going on over there, and I think the addition to you, Jordan, with your excellent analytical views of not only the Bears but the NFL in general, college players in general, I think that's. You guys work well doing that together. And Jordan, and I've said this to you many times, maybe not enough in public, but thank you. Like you had me on your first show when you did your first podcast on Bare Necessities on the Barroom. And I was like your first guest. I kind of became your co-host in a way for a few shows, and we had a lot of fun. And I was a fucking idiot. I'll be honest. I was a fucking idiot. It took a lot of learning and just things to get to this point. And I want to thank you for like coming back around and coming back on the show again.
No, thank you needed. It's all good. I'm glad it worked out. I'm glad. Like I said, I enjoy what you're doing now, and seeing you kind of grow from your start. We had the gravelly mic that was having issues to.
I was wearing my headset, and the entire time nothing was working. I was talking into my laptop that was closed.
But no, look at you now. You've got this. I was going to call it a different show title, but I don't want to get you in trouble. So whatever we call it now, it's that same idea.
BCP, man. It's BCP. Wait, you down with BCP?
Yeah, you know me.
Exactly. Yeah. I'm working on that. I figured out a bunch of stuff.
I like that PGT.
Yeah. Yeah, PGT.
I like that PGT. I like that Pole's got this.
Right.
You know me. I'm down with PCP, motherfucker.
Foster loves Viagra.
Not yet,
I
man.
would hope so.
Testing it for me or something? Well, you know what else too I wanted to say, man? It's like, so Jordan, I've been watching you. I don't know how long, a year, maybe. I don't even know, man. It was like
a while back.
It's yeah. So, and I feel like I freaking know you and Swifty and Bear Listen, but there's a bunch of guys I watch them so much. It's like I'm doing shit, listening to you, and I'm talking to you, but you can't fucking hear me because you know how Bears fans are,
right?
But I just, again, man, I love everything that you do, everything, man. I caught up on a bunch of stuff today. I got to see Swifty, and then I flicked right over, and there was your face, man. It was awesome, dude. And then the best part is that I love too is when I'm watching something, and all of a sudden all you guys are all in the chat. Like today, it was like Irish Bears. All of a sudden, Swifty's there, and Shorty's there, and Triple R's there. And you know, I just love that shit when everybody shows up and we start going back and forth with
exactly. We're all like we're building this community of.
Well, you got to give me the rundown. What did I miss? I haven't seen that show yet. How was Jacob on the mock draft? Who did he select? Give me the rundown.
I don't remember because I've been doing so much, man. I was kind of giving it a little crap because he likes Keandre Hall, the guy that I like from Pittsburgh State. So I really don't remember the draft because I was doing like three things, plus messing with Vinny Parisi at the same time, Vinny and Frank. So I was kind of bouncing around. I missed some of it, man. But it was a good show. It was a good show. I missed the first 4 or 5 picks, so I couldn't tell you, man.
So they went deeper than the first round.
Oh yeah, they were.
Good.
I think they did the whole draft, or at least the 130s. I know that for sure. I'm pretty sure they did the whole draft. They traded 258. There was a couple trades.
How many picks do you think we're going to end up with? So last year we started with 5 and ended with 11, and now we're starting with 11. Can they literally add 6 more picks to this draft and end up with?
Are we starting with 10?
Shut 10. Up, Retro.
I thought it was 11.
I don't know, but I would tell you
it's tied for 2 other teams, Baltimore and Dallas or some other team, but we have 11 picks.
I'm gonna go, and I know that sounds wild, but I'm gonna go the under. I think that they end up giving away a pick.
10. We have 10. Thank you.
And it's not. Don't get me wrong. It's not that they don't have needs, but you've spent a lot of money on free agents to take certain spots. The roster is not as bare as it was a season ago. So to sit there and say, I get it, everybody's like, trade back and let's have 15 picks, but you've got to find a way to put 15 of those guys on your roster. And I don't have the roster right in front of me, but you could kind of go down the list and realize that, hey, I get it. You can field a 90-man roster in the offseason, but at the end of the day, you're going to have to walk away with, 53. So when you look at it, I don't know if you can have everybody on your team plus another 15 picks. So to me, it's not that I want you to do the Ryan Pace model where you're walking away with 5 players, but I do think that you can be a little more selective now in saying I'd rather splurge a little bit and get higher quality players than bargain basement shop for the Zach Thomases, the Doug Kramers, and the punter and Elijah Hicks, and you've got a little bit more of an opportunity to pick and choose your spots because of where the roster's at now compared to a year ago.
Well, do you guys want to ask Ryan Poles what he thinks?
Go ahead.
My goal here is to trade every first-round pick with every team until we hold every team's second-round pick through the 7th round, and we just stock up on picks.
I like that. I like that strategy too, Ryan. It's a great strategy.
That's awesome. We got Barroom in the chat. Aldo, how are you?
What is up, Barroom?
Yeah, so I mean, I don't know, and not that I'm here to try to stir the pot, because I genuinely appreciate all you gentlemen talking about trading back, and I'm not here to tell you that's wrong, but I kind of just would like to stop hearing that, because I think that it's so easy to say trade back, but you got to sit here and realize at some point you got to make the pick.
Can you allow Ryan to maybe pontificate on that?
Please.
Ryan.
Quantity over quality. Yes, well said. The ultimate goal is to end up with 75 or more picks in this draft.
Wow. I would fully agree with that. Thank you for your thoughts on
There you
that,
go.
Ryan.
There you go, Swifty.
Go ahead, finish, Jordan.
No, I think that it's important.
I'm trying to loosen up. You're so damn serious. Come on.
That's just who I am. But
smoke a joint. Come on, hang out with us.
I know. I just tend to think that at the end of the day, there's a point to saying that it is important to trade back. It is important to accumulate picks, but there is a certain point where you have diminishing returns. And the player that you get at 9, sure, maybe at 14, it's not that much of a disparity. But this whole idea of like, well, I'll trade back to 17 and I'll get 32 back. And it's like, well, let's be very clear. The player that you're grabbing at 9 is a very different level than what you would be grabbing at 17. Just factually. I mean, we can go down the list there. If it's Skoronski's a significantly better player at his perspective, technique, role, overall status as an offensive lineman than I know people aren't going to like this, but even Darnell Wright. Everybody loves themselves some Darnell Wright because he had 12 plays against Will Anderson in Tennessee, against Bama that they love to see. And he was an amazing right tackle for a year. And they're going to completely wipe away what he did previously as left tackle where the tape didn't look good. They're going to completely look at the fact that he's playing at 320 now and moves exceptionally well. But we have no tape to show that it looks good at that weight, that he can play the same style of play at that weight. Please, so.
Jordan, what do you think about his short arms? As my brother would say.
Skoronski?
Yes.
I think that short arms matter. We got Aldo in the chat, so he hears it all the time from Greg Gabriel, resident scout over there. But I do think arm length matters. But I will say I think I take a little bit of a different take than maybe call it an older approach, somebody that's, more been in the game a long time like Greg Gabriel, where I do think that you can mitigate arm length with good footwork and speed. And the reality is nobody wants to talk about it, but Peter Skoronski didn't just all of a sudden have short arms this year. This is something that he's been playing with his whole life. And I'm not telling you he was going against SEC talent, but he was playing dogs in the Big Ten. He was playing Lucas Van Ness, and everybody's going to point to it. And look, I love it too. I love watching Lucas Van Ness put Skoronski on his ass. But that happened in 21. You watch the 22 tape, and Skoronski just completely neutralized Van Ness. Oh, well, what is he going to do against people with long arms? Well, Van Ness has long arms, but, we could put the tape on against Zach Harrison, who's like a lab-built defensive end. And that arm length doesn't become a concern. So to me, I appreciate the question, so I think it's important to distinguish, but I don't think arm length matters when the technique is so good. Here's the thing is, and I will say, I do think his tape is better at guard, because my thing is, if you're looking for the negatives about Skoronski, there are times where you clearly see guys get into his chest. And it's at that point where you lose the negotiation of space and you're now being taken for a ride. And so I can certainly concede that. But for every one of those reps where somebody gets into his chest, he's facing a superior athlete with longer arms, and he's over here grabbing the flexion point of the elbow and negotiating space on his terms to ensure that you can't shoot that arm in because he is over here doing a Hamilton technique on your elbow. So to me, I get it. I understand. I'm not even telling you I wouldn't prefer him at guard, but I think he's earned every right to play right tackle. You have a need at right tackle. And I love me some Tevin Jenkins, but when the guy can show me he can stay healthy for a year, then I'll believe that he'll stay at left guard for a year. So when he inevitably gets hurt again, then we can talk about Skoronski taking the left guard spot and never giving it up.
You hear that, brother? You hear that about Tevin Jenkins?
Well, I'm going to comment on that later on because I got
And let me be clear, for what it's worth, I was a bigger fan of the Jenkins pick than the Fields pick when it happened. I love Tevin Jenkins. You are hard-pressed to find somebody that likes Tevin Jenkins. Dan knows about this. We did a show when there was the rumors about Jenkins getting traded. I was furious. So there is nobody that loves Tevin Jenkins more than me. But even I have to look in the mirror at some point and go, look, it's been 2 years, and I haven't had a chance to see you play an entire season.
Before we get to PJ's question to Ryan Poles about Tevin Jenkins, let me ask you this question, Jordan, because you are the ultimate person that I would love to hear your live response to this rather in chat. Do you think, which is the when PJ said that to me at first, I was like, oh, like a light bulb went off. Do you think that him with a 6'6" frame, playing guard with spinal issues, could be what's has ultimately caused the new neck issue by having to deal with smaller, stouter, more powerful guys pushing up into his higher level, his higher where his level of strength is, and that therefore it's pushing up into his neck more because of his height and causing more problems with his spine. Wouldn't it? So therefore I thought, well, yeah, you might be right, PJ. Put him back to right guard where he's in a stand-up position. He's not in a three-point stance, getting that impact up into
his tackle.
Yeah. So what do you think about that, Jordan?
I think
he froze.
I think he's frozen.
Dan, that's supposed to be you, PJ. You're the one that freezes. Or I'm serious.
Me?
You know, I always call you and I always mix up you and Sam, PJ. I meant to say Sam.
Yeah, he does call me Sam a lot there, Samo.
Hey, what's wrong with you now?
What's the you freezing up, Sam?
Nah. Hey, he's not.
So while Jordan frozen up,
I'm back.
There he is. Sorry
about that, Coach. I'll answer your question real quick. I mean, I think that from the man that likes to pontificate, I'm not a doctor. I can't speak to the biomechanics of whether or not playing guard or tackle is a better idea. But I will say that, you know, it's not that college is everything. And I understand that playing in the NFL is the premier of the premier. You're playing against the best athletes. But again, unless you're playing at Podunk University, for the most part, you are playing quality competition. And Tevin Jenkins was one of the nastiest maulers and bullies and has a pure hatred for defensive linemen at OK State. And I get it. I mean, he's playing in the Big 12. There's plenty of competition there. That's where Will McDonald's coming out of, for those that, you know, who's in the Big 12. And we watched Tevin Jenkins do just fine at right tackle against, you know, who's now a decently productive rusher, and Joseph Osai was his big game against Texas that year, his senior year coming out. And my issue is that you gave that man a half of football to try to prove himself to you at right tackle. Mm-hmm. And after one half in a preseason game against the Kansas City Chiefs, you just decided this guy can't play right tackle. And credit to them, they found a jewel in the rough, because he's a better guard than we ever saw him get a chance at tackle. But to me, you talk about putting the best five on the field. Sometimes I just can't help but look at it and go, give the guy a chance at the position that he was coming from in college. And he played everywhere at college. He played some guard. But to me, he's got the ability to play tackle in space. You just need to see it.
Guys, we have a special guest. Swifty is in the house.
I didn't just come to say fuck you, Dan.
Do you want to you know?
No, I just had to say something about Skoronski
Fuck you, Swifty.
before I forgot, and then I got to get back to work. But I think I forgot my point after Jordan talked about.
50, you were saying that Jordan, like, he brings you in with like he's like mesmerizing. Like, it's like the Dark Crystal where he's just sucking the soul out of your eyeballs. You're like, yes.
Well, there's been a lot of guys that he made me want to say something about Tevin too, because you guys asked him about Tevin. What I've heard from some guys like Brandon Thorne and other offensive line experts is that he might actually be more healthy at left guard, because right guard has to put their head down more. I've never played offensive line, but someone else told me as well that the right guard, that you want like a bowling ball type frame, and that they do get more contact with their head. I've never played offensive line. I don't know that for sure, but I've heard that from multiple people now. So I actually think Tev may be more healthy at left guard. But with Skoronski, a lot of those tackles have had success with less than 33-inch arms in college. But so far, no one in the NFL has ever been able to do it. It doesn't mean no one can. Like, some guys just haven't had the chance, like Zach Martin, guys who were tackles in college but had less. They get moved inside to guard. It's just what happens. You almost wish the NFL would let more of these guys like Skoronski try to play tackle, and then we'd have more of a sample size. But right now, it just historically hasn't been done where a guy with less than 33-inch arms has came into the NFL and had success at tackle. if anyone can do it, Skoronski is a beast, though. He's awesome on tackle, but it would be a statistical anomaly because no one's ever done it.
And for what it's worth, Swift, I completely agree. You've seen Joe, and I'm still a little bit from Brandon Thorne here, but he just brought up good examples of you've seen Joe Tooney, you've seen Joe Latonio, you've seen Zach Martin. Some of these players have to kick out and play tackle in a pinch, and it hasn't been great for those guys. They look better at guard. And here I am saying, like, I'm with it. Go ahead and let Skoronski fail inside the guard when Tevin, again, I'd love to be proved wrong, but when he decides to show up healthy for 16 games, I'll change my tune. But right now, there's always a time when he goes out. And then that's the opportunity to slide Skoronski in, and then one of your developmental tackles, whether that's a Leatherwood, somebody you draft, you can boost him up to right tackle and see what do you like about Skoronski at guard. Is it much better than what he's putting out there at right tackle? So to me, I totally get you, Swift. I'm not here to even argue with that. I tend to think guard is the better option. But to me, the way I've compared it is Skoronski low end, and we're gonna link this back to the Bears. Skoronski low end, worst case scenario for his career. At tackle, I'm getting Brian Bulaga, and I know that's not a popular name for people because he's a former Packer and all these things. But and this is not to sit here and totally bow down to the Packers and the team up north, but we need to understand as Bears fans that at some point, I just need to stop going from dog shit as a unit to average. And when you're sitting out there putting out Bobby Massey and Charles Leno and Rashad Coward and down the list, we haven't had a solid offensive line. Right. You haven't had a solid offensive line since Olin Kreutz, Terrence Metcalf, Roberto Garza,
Ruben Brown.
That's so to me. I'm tired of messing around with, what if, and look, I'm happy Braxton Jones worked out. But, what if we throw this Borum character out or, this Jatire Carter and these 6th-round picks? How about just taking it from basement level to just a half-decent, this is what we got. And to me, that's what you get with Skoronski. We're talking about the floor. The floor is solid. I'm getting an average player at best. And that's not, and this is a thing. Or excuse me, at worst. And this is the thing. I get that that's not appealing. But you also have to consider for Ryan Poles, this is your first round pick. How nice must it feel to be able to go to sleep that night and go, I know for a fact my first round pick that everybody will always go back and look at was a success. Because it either worked at tackle, it either worked at guard, it maybe worked at center. Like to me, that's the thing is there's value in that. And you haven't even had, as a Bears fan, you haven't had a player of Skoronski's level, even at his worst, his basement level. You haven't had a player of his caliber at offensive line in 20 plus years.
I like what Leo Factor says here. I wonder if Tevin Jenkins is a weight room guy. That's kind of off subject, but that was a very good question. Swifty. I would really love to know what you think about Calijah Kancey since you're on here.
He's got short arms. I mean,
it's just
I think he's a good player on tape. I mean, he gets under the pads a player. I mean, Jordan brought up probably his biggest concern for me is the in the run game. Can he play in first and second down? Yeah, can he improve his anchor enough to be strong enough to not just be a situational pass rusher? But at worst, maybe he plays defensive end on first and second down and then moves in to third down. He's going to be a guy that can rush the passer, I think.
Yeah, see, I love this conversation because this is what Swifty and I don't agree on.
Yeah, but it's similar to Skoronski. This is the thing is there's never really been a guy because his arms are shorter than Skoronski's. There's never been a guy at defensive tackle. Aaron Donald's the closest thing. And Aaron Donald's a freak. Can he be Aaron Donald? Probably not. But can he have success and define his own role? If he gets better and more powerful, bulks up, adds a lot of strength, maybe he can do it. I have faith in him. He was really good at Pitt, but it would also be a statistical anomaly. He'd be the first guy with those short of arms to have had success in the NFL.
I kind of set you up for that because we kind of talked about this on when we were doing a recording for your show.
I thought we did. I was like, didn't you ask me that before?
Yeah, and well, you didn't kind of get into it as much as I would like to now. When you said if technically they move guys like Skoronski with shorter arms into guard, so therefore wouldn't it benefit a guy like Kancey who has shorter arms playing tackle? Is it possible that somebody like that going up against shorter armed players at guard in the NFL typically?
Yes, that's true. It's just his arms are
succeeding.
His arms are below the minimum threshold that's ever had success in the NFL. That's where it's maybe it doesn't matter as much. Go ahead.
So and there's a reason for that.
Go, Sam.
Yeah, please go.
No, I was just gonna say there's a reason for guys not having shorter arms, not having success in the NFL, and that do have success in college, and I think that it's NFL coaching. Once NFL coaches know, we don't know a guy's arms are short until after the combine. Once NFL coaches know your weakness, they're gonna attack that. They're gonna teach their players how to attack your weakness. You can touch me if you got short arms, and I'm coming around the edge. If I'm coming around the edge and I got 35, 34-inch arms and you got 32-inch arms, I'm going to wait, get my hand in your chest, and I'm coming around you. There's no way you're going to fucking get to me. And I think coaches know how to coach their players up for that game, for those games. And that's why those guys just don't have the success they should in the NFL at their original positions that they played in college. But I think he can have success as a guard. And I think but Kancey, I think that one is, I don't know.
Yeah, I know.
It's tough.
Well, it just sucks. It's like a wasted talent you're watching on tape, right?
Well, this is the one that I struggle with because Swift and I disagree on it, but not in a bad way. I tend to think that and it's hard to negate Kancey's film. His film is awesome. But to me, I just can't, and I'm trying to be consistent because if I'm going to make the argument for Skoronski that he's had to play with these short arms his whole life,
that's where it's at. You can't love Skoronski that much and hate.
But that's the thing though, Swift is and you've done a good job because you and I see this the same way. Because the question I'd ask the whole chat, I'd ask you all on the panel is, where do you play Kancey? How do you utilize him? How do you play him?
Third down situational pass rusher early in his career and have him bulk up, and you hope he can develop. Well, if he can have as much success in a limited role as he did at college, what if he can come out in a limited role and get 5 to 7 sacks in a rookie year? That's worth it. People pay for sacks.
Swift, what I need, and this is again, if you're trying to sell me on how do I get the absolute most out of Calijah Kancey, I want him next to the biggest space eater you can find. Put him next to Dalvin
Washington. Yeah.
Put him next to Siaki Ika. Put him next to God. Help me out here. Who's the Bucks? Vita Vea. Get him next to the biggest nose tackle you can find, because at least on that end, I know that they can't focus their energy on this little guy. Because this is the thing. Go watch the tape, and like I said, the arms are one thing because he's so quick, Sam, that oftentimes he's in your chest and mixing up your hands before you can even negate that short length. So sure, in pass rush situations, he could be awesome. But I can't spend a first round pick, to me, not even a high second rounder, on a designated pass rusher, because I can't put him at D tackle where he's going to get duo blocked or ace blocked and get kicked off the line 7 or 8 yards and go, that was a successful player to put in on first and second down.
No, it's true. And Samo made a great point. His point was underrated there. Once you get to the NFL, scouts see your stuff and they know what your weaknesses are. Didn't mean to interrupt you, Jordan, but I am going to bounce out of here. I just wanted to come in quick and make that point, guys. I love you all. Like Aldo, I got to get back to work, but I will be listening. Samo, that was a killer point, man. Appreciate it. I'm glad I could join that.
Appreciate you, man.
PJ, everybody. PJ's brother.
Much love.
First time I saw you on here the other day too, man. Good to see you guys.
Oh, you too.
You're welcome on every show, Swifty.
Tori,
every
fuck
show.
you, man.
Fuck yourself. Well, hold on. Fuck you, Swifty.
I'm out of here.
I appreciate your video, Swifty.
That was hilarious, man. I remember that was hilarious, dude. Later, Swifty.
Fuck you, Swifty.
Yeah.
I mean, that was classic. Jeez, I can't imagine. I can't
Yeah,
believe
Jordan, I
it.
got a question for you too.
Yes.
Hold on a second. Hold on one fucking second. I have to moderate this, guys. There are 3 people that have not talked in a hot minute. That includes Foster, PJ, and Sel. So, who wants to speak first out of you 3 fuckers?
I just want to say hi. I want to say hi, and can I see the barroom's driver's license and proof of insurance, please?
Man, that sound back in the day, bro. The old stomping ground.
Oh man, you guys, seriously, thank you so much. You guys are all
Okay. I got a question for Jordan.
Yep.
Your ideal situation. No, wait. Are you a Bears fan?
Yeah, I'm a Bears fan.
Okay, all right.
But I will say this real quick, Sal.
Okay.
And Dan knows this, where I am much different is I love the NFL, and
Can I tell the story? Can I tell the story when you're done?
No.
Sure.
No.
I love the NFL much more than your average Bears
very
fan.
respectfully.
So I'm a Bears fan, but I root for the. I hate to say this, I root for the NFL more than I root for the Bears.
Okay. All right.
Jordan, may I very quickly, respectfully tell your story?
Go ahead.
Okay, so he was.
Wait.
Hold on, I'm going to make it very quick. Jordan's
30-second clock.
family. Wait, Jordan's family didn't watch sports, much like my family didn't, and he's in California because I was like wondering how did you become a Bears fan? So it was the game after Walter Payton had passed when they played the Packers and they blocked the kick to win the field goal.
Robinson.
Yeah, Brian Robertson blocked the kick to win the game. Jordan, you said to your father like.
Made a stupid bet. It's not stupid. I love being a Bears fan, but in hindsight, it could have been so different. I made a silly decision to tell my father, who had the game on, wasn't a huge football fan. I said, whoever wins this game, I will be a fan of for the rest of my life.
He could have been a Packers fan.
I could have been a fucking Packers fan. I had a Super Bowl ring.
You fucker, you had the chance.
My entire lifetime full of Hall of Fame quarterbacks, and
the one game that they won out of all those years, you.
Divine intervention. There's no other way to explain that one, man. You got hooked and sucked in, dude.
My question for
Jordan, thank you for that.
Of course.
Thank you for that. Yeah. Much love for that, man. You are a Bears fan for life because of
Jordan,
that.
Didn't you tell that story on a podcast going back? Because I swear I heard it before.
I did. I've told it before, yes, because I'm just amazed by that you could have been easily a Packer fan and you would have been better off probably.
So what's your question?
Okay. Your top 4 picks of this year's draft for the Bears.
Meaning, like, who would be my top 4 preferences for the number 9 pick?
No, your top 4 picks in order. Like
number 9. I would do it. That's a good question. Okay. This is gonna. You guys want the chat to turn on me because Eddie. This is what I've learned about Bears fans. It doesn't matter what name you pick. They hate it.
I'm not getting chat turned on you. No, I'm giving. This is out of respect for you. You could have been a Packers fan, but you're not. You're a Bears fan because
we all
of
know,
one
though,
fateful day.
You could say any draft prospect name, and somebody's like, "I hate it." So I just know that this name.
I might like it.
Yep. So to me, the way I would operate, again, we're assuming the board falls exactly the way I'd want it, and I'm trying to be realistic here. You're not going to hear me say, Jalen Carter in the second round. To me, the way I would do it is I would take Lucas Van Ness at number 9. And everybody's going to hate that because he's so raw, blah, 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 blah. Lucas Van Ness at number 9. I'm sitting there at 50. What is the 50s? 53. 53, I'm probably taking Tucker Kraft to tight end. To sit there, and that's my number 1 tight end on the board.
Not Darnell Washington?
Darnell Washington's well gone before then, in my opinion.
I knew I was right about that guy.
Yeah, I love Darnell Washington, but yeah, I think he's gone. So I take Tucker Kraft as not even a successor to Cole Kmet. I just think if you think Rob Tonyan is the next answer, he's not. He can be your tight end 3 or whatever, but you're going to need and J-Rock, let me explain. I'll give a little context here because I see people going like, what, tight end? People want to take like a receiver, and a receiver cannibalizes that room. You've already invested a first rounder, if you want to call it that, in DJ Moore. You've invested the 32nd overall pick in Claypool. You've invested a third round number 71 overall pick in Velus Jones, and you've got to find in Darnell Mooney. And you want to now add a 5th receiver in the draft. Where's that guy going to play? So to me, the idea is you take a tight end, you can use a tight end. You can use him to get into 12 personnel. You can use him to help block for your offensive line. He can be another big body for Justin Fields to throw the ball and pin the ball to. That, to me, makes a lot more sense than spending a pick on a wide receiver, especially this early. So to me, get a player that's a little different than Cole Kmet. To me, Tucker Kraft is Todd Heap 2.0. Anybody that's an old NFL fan, Todd Heap was amazing. So you get Tucker Kraft at 53. 61, if Joe Tippmann's there with center from Wisconsin, that's my top center. I'd probably take Joe Tippmann. And then 64, I'm taking Nick Saldiveri, offensive tackle, right tackle from Old Dominion, because I like Matt Bergeron, but I don't think Bergeron's going to be there. So to me, that's how I would do it. Is you get Van Ness, you get your defensive end who can play 3-tech if you want him to. You come back, you get a weapon for Justin Fields at a tight end, and people are screaming, "Where's the offensive line help?" And then you come back in that cluster of 3 and you hit it with a center and a right tackle. And your offensive line, you got a weapon for Justin Fields. His offensive line's better, and you got yourself a defensive player on the front.
All right. Samo was like, no.
Me and Jordan go. I know Jordan has this love for Van Ness. I'm afraid of Van Ness at 9. I like Van Ness. He's just
I would love
player
Sam,
to me.
No, I get it. So like, Sam, tell me why you don't like Van Ness at 9.
Because all I've seen him do is bull rush guys, and I've seen him bully guys. And in the NFL, he's not going to be able to do that, especially when we've just seen him that he doesn't really have the strength with 16 reps on the bench. I just can't see it. Now, maybe in a couple years, he's going to be that dude, maybe 1 or 2 years. But I'm looking for someone at 9 that can help me this year, who's going to have an immediate impact.
And I hear all of that, and I'm not even here to tell you like all of those are nonsense reasons, not at all. But to me, I'm going to attack this from a few angles, and hopefully I'm going to try to change your mind. And if I don't, that's okay. To me, you draft for tomorrow more than you draft for today or yesterday. So I'm all about signing up for what he can be later. That's potential. That's what you want. It's a personal thing, but to me, the highest version of Van Ness is one of the best players in this draft. And now let's talk about the 16 bench presses. I don't think bench presses mean everything, but they especially mean less when I'm watching the guy bench press and put people on their heels on the way to the quarterback, and he's just driving them. There's no lack of power there. The power is the one thing you don't question about his tape. So to me, 16 reps on the bench doesn't mean much, because at different parts in the game, I've seen him just completely own and plant an offensive tackle in the lap of a quarterback. Now, in respect to the power move, the power rush, the fact that you say he's only got one move, I'll agree with you. For the most part, he only has one move. And he still wins with it.
Well, what you're talking about is not bench press; it's leg press, right? When you're doing all that leg.
Mm-hmm.
I guess, but I'm
what Braxton Jones should be doing right now as we speak.
And so, but here's the thing, and he beats those guys with that one move. And I heard you, Samo, going, but that's not going to work in the NFL. I would agree, except he's doing it against what will be first-round NFL players.
Right.
That's true too. That's true.
And here's the thing, and I'm not even telling you that the Bears are going to draft him. I have it on decent authority that he's not even in consideration at 9. But to me, so again, this is just a personal thing. I don't think the Bears are taking him. But to me, you talk about what Eberflus wants, and that's motor, it's effort, it's the hit. Go watch his film. The motor runs hot.
Yeah.
He's never giving up on a play. Mm-hmm. He's pushing and pushing and pushing. And to me, if you have a quality defensive coach, if you have somebody that can teach him how to use his hands, because right now he's got scissor hands or stone hands, however you want to look at it, where he doesn't know how to put together a rush plan. But he's shown in his 3-cone of all damn near 7 flat, which is a solid time for somebody his size, that he's got explosiveness and the ability to bend the corner. He doesn't have a lot of reps of it, but I've got one I can find on Twitter where he bends the corner on this quarterback, like on this tackle to a quarterback, like nothing you've seen out of a guy this size. So it's in there. It's the same thing as like a CJ Stroud. Like, well, why doesn't he run like he did in Georgia? Well, if the guy showed you he could do it once, then he can do it multiple times. You just got to find a way to extract that out. And if you think that your defensive line coach can pull that out of him, you just said it yourself, like, man, he could be great, but in a couple years, yeah, but what if he puts it all together? And then my only thing I'd say is, what makes you think he wouldn't put it all together?
Our bad coaching, man. We don't have a good defensive line coach. We don't have a good D-line coach. We proven that last year. No one succeeded on the D-line. We had players regressing on the D-line last year, so that's why I want a guy that kind of has like a pass rush repertoire, as per se, right away. Someone who's a little bit more seasoned.
Who would that be to you?
A guy like Will. I like Will McDonald. Now, Will McDonald might fall to us. I think he has a lot of different pass rush moves. He has more bend around the edge. He's just small. He's just a little light in the edge, but he has some power too. He's proven that he does have power in that small frame.
And I like Will McDonald. I just also have to think about what this staff uses. And like Deo Odeyingbo, Kwity Paye, none of these guys were that build. They're not small. They don't use small defensive ends in the scheme. Especially not of his size. And this is not even a knock on you, Samo, but to me, I think that the world, football land, has gotten so caught up with, does a guy have Gumby bend? Can he run on his ankles the way that Robert Quinn did? Can he bend the corner like Von Miller? And I'm not saying that that's not important, but that is much more important dependent on the scheme. And this is not coming from a guy that likes the fact that we're running an archaic 20-year-old scheme. But the fact of the matter is that's what we're running.
Hey, Foster, I got to pee. Don't let this guy take over the conversation. I'll be right back.
No, yeah. And by the way, Foster PJ, if you want to talk, just speak up. But I'm just having this. I enjoy going back and forth with Samuel here because I think it's valuable conversation. Because to me,
don't stop, keep going, guys. Because I'm soaking it up. So, just so you know, I'm soaking it up, man.
And like I said, Samuel, you bring a lot of good points. I want to be clear. As much as I like Van Ness, I can sit here and also agree it is a risky pick. Because I'm glad, I'm not going to lie, I was trying to set a trap for you because I was waiting for you to say something like, well, his work ethic or something. I'm like, well, we just discussed his work ethic's not bad.
He's a dog. He's a dog.
I think the Bears' defensive line coaching is kind of shit. So
we got a Hawkeye fan in the chat. Squeegee's a big Hawkeye fan, man.
Yeah, well, and Squeegee, feel free to add more. And I see you saying like he has potential, he needs time to develop, and all of that's true. All of that's true. But and this is the point I was trying to make, Samo, is there's nobody like him though in this class.
Right.
Because there's nobody. So if we're thinking about it again, because I love Zach Harrison, but Zach Harrison, you want to talk about needs development and had flashes. Zach Harrison didn't even have as much flashes as Van Ness did. So to get a guy that's that talented with that much potential, the only other guys that would maybe be higher than him that are that build would be Tyree Wilson, and that's about it. Yep. Because after that, whether we like it or not, most of the edges in this class up high are Nolan Smith, B.J. Ojolari, Will McDonald, Will Anderson. They don't necessarily fit the shape, the archetype that the Bears like.
True.
And I'm telling you, for what it's worth, I don't think they're going Van Ness at 9. I think they're taking a tackle, and then they're going to, somebody asked, Heart Foundation was like, do I like Foskey? I love Foskey. I like college production, too. And Foskey, Foskey beat out Justin Tuck's production at Notre Dame. There's not a lot to be upset with Isaiah Foskey. And I get it. Foskey, Harrison, I'm trying to think of some of the other edges that aren't coming to mind. But you can get some of those in round 2, round 3, round 4 that are just as developmental as Van Ness. My problem is just that maybe the motor doesn't run as hot. Maybe they're older. Maybe the potential isn't as high. That's the thing is Van Ness is I've called him, he's a puppy. He's got these big paws, but doesn't quite know how to walk yet. But imagine when the puppy grows up into a full-grown dog. What is
the big dog? Yeah, he's gonna have a board. He's gonna be a dog. I think he's definitely gonna be a dog. I'm just not ready to draft someone that early who's not ready to be a dog this year. I get everything you're saying.
Well, because this is the thing, like, and I've said this before, is no prospect's perfect. So I guess if you're talking about who else is there, to me, I've always said, like, I'd like Skoronski or Van Ness. And they're for, like, two different sides of the coin. I've said Skoronski to me because I'm like, he is safe. You get to sleep easy if you make that pick. You know he's going to fit somewhere, and he's going to be good for 10 years, assuming that there's no catastrophic injury. But if you're not going to be safe, then swing for the fences, Poles. Go all out. Go for the Grand Slam.
Speaking of polls, he's been sitting back here in the background waiting for our questions.
Let him talk.
We are freaking rude to have him sitting back here waiting. You guys have more questions? Foster, you have a question for him?
I don't know. Do I?
I think you had 3 questions ready for Mr. Poles.
I do. I just don't know which one you want, man.
Well, they were in order.
They were in order because it was the first one I had for him was, if you draft closer to your expectations, Mr. Poles, how good will this team be this year? That was my first question I had for the guy.
Okay, here you go. Here's your Mr. Poles. What do you think? Please answer, Mr. Foster.
Great question, Jordan. The answer is we have quantum.
Yeah. All right.
It took me a hot minute to get this ready, and I messed it up. Let's see if I can get your other one right here.
I was also
what was the question
really
again?
big on Tucker, Jordan, man. I liked him immediately when I saw tape on him 2-3 months ago, man.
What was your second question, Foster?
Well, my second question was, we'll get back to it. Mr. Poles, do you intend to trade the 9th pick for more draft capital, maybe futures?
Let's see.
Yes, master of the bleeding obvious, but that depends on what you consider early. For me, it will be the second round when I trade out of the first round entirely on my way to accumulating 85 to 95 picks.
That's pretty hardcore.
Goes right with my strategy. That's exactly what I anticipated he was going to say. I knew it.
85 to 95 picks.
Well, I said 65 to 100. It just depends on how
it works
if
out.
we want to go back into the third round.
And what does Don Burr think about all this?
I gotta tell you, Detroit Lions versus everybody, motherfuckers. Oh, wait a second. Did you just say that 4 of our players just got suspended for half the season? Oh, shit.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. Thanks for coming on, Don.
Yeah, have you told people, Swifty, at least I want everybody to know that, because everybody runs into Don Burr sometimes, that at least you're using the real picture of Don Burr. That is Don Burr. Now, it's not his mouth moving and everything, but that is actually what Don Burr looks like.
I got it from Swifty. Thank you, Swifty.
I gotta tell you, Detroit Lions versus everybody, motherfuckers.
Yeah, he hopped on a video with the 49ers reporter.
It was the Niners, yeah.
And that is Don Burr. That is what he looks like.
If anybody can find me that video where Don Burr is on that 49ers podcast, please, Swifty, if you have it, please email it to me. Please give it to me. Oh, gosh, I need to have that.
Sound like you have an orgasm over there, Shorty. Please.
I was going to ask you about what you like so much, what you like about Tucker Kraft, because that's the guy I saw film on him in, I don't know, end of January something, and him and Kuntz were 2 of the guys I liked immediately, and I was moving more towards Tucker. I just wanted to get your take on what excites you about him possibly. I'd love to see him on the Bears. I don't think we'll get him though.
I think he'll probably go higher too than people realize.
Yeah.
But to me, it's a good question, Foster. Tucker Kraft to me, and I hate to sound like it's lazy helmet scouting because it's not, and I'll back that up because I like to point this out a lot too. Is if you call Jonathan Mingo a budget AJ Brown, people are like, you're just helmet scouting because they both went to Ole Miss, and I'm like, yeah, kind of, but understand that Ole Miss saw what AJ Brown was, and they were like, we'd like to get another one of those guys. And so that's what happens here. So to me, I've called Tucker Kraft like a Todd Heat, but he reminds me a lot of his former South Dakota State running mate, Dallas Goedert. And it's this guy that comes in who's a little raw, has to refine, coming from a smaller program, has to learn to play against better competition. And we all know it takes a while for tight ends, which is fine because you have Cole Kmet, who's now developed and is kind of who he is, and you give time for Tucker Kraft to grow into the role. And to me, let me back up a little bit. With my evaluation process, I'm trying to constantly thread a needle between production that's already on film with projection of potential. And how can I try to find a way to marry those? And it doesn't always work. Like we just talked about Van Ness. I am relying much more on potential than I am the production on film. And some of that you have to like take into context. Like Kirk Ferentz, well, I promise I'll come back to Tucker Kraft, but Kirk Ferentz in that archaic Iowa system, and I'm not dogging on Ferentz, but they play seniors. And so if you're going to sit there and give me the whole spiel about Van Ness didn't start, I'm like, well, spend some time learning why he didn't start. If you go back and look at the snap count, Van Ness was playing plenty of snaps. So there's context into these evaluations. And with respect to Tucker Kraft, I think that he too is kind of I fall for potential. He's a guy that's still kind of not a young puppy per se, but he doesn't know what he doesn't know yet. But you see the athletic traits, you see the ability to win. Everything about his game that is a problem is technique based. And so again, I tend to look at, don't tell me what the player can't do, tell me what he can do. And when I look at Tucker Kraft and I see all of the boxes checked for the things that you can't teach, that's a big boost to me, because now I have to assume that you are going to a professional league where professionals are expected and they are paid to develop you and maximize your potential. And we all understand that doesn't happen. God, look at the Bears. They draft a ton of players and they never reach their full potential. And I hate to be so grim about it, but the reality is that Tucker Kraft, if he lands with a good organization that knows how to get the most out of their tight ends and groom them, a la the Eagles, a la the Chiefs, a la a few others, the sky is the limit for him because of the foundation of what he's working with as an athlete. All he just needs to do is refine and tweak those technical parts of his game. And so Foster, to me, that's why I fell in love with him. That's why he's my tight end one over Darnell Washington. I want to be clear for Dan, who loves Darnell Washington. So do I. He's a freak athlete. Like, to me, you don't pass on a guy that's freaky in that way. Like, I don't mean to go so deep. I know I'm going more than I need to here, so I need to shut up and let you all talk. But to me, I have my blue chip talents in two different ways. You're muted, Swift, or Dan. I'm going to keep calling you Swifty because I'm so used to talking with Swifty. But to me, I have blue chips in two different ways. You have blue chips that come in the form of they are blue because of their production and the way that they are entering into the league. And then you have blue chips that you're basing on the fact that, like, look at the traits and look at what this guy can become. And, like, Darnell Washington is the perfect example of one of those. Darnell Washington shows me really nothing on tape for the most part that says he's a blue chipper today. But I cannot help but look at the frame, the athleticism, the context that he didn't get a chance because he was behind Brock Bowers and go, what does it look like when he's given an opportunity in a professional organization that has invested in him and says, you're not just a recruiting guy that we put on the roster. We need you to produce. And I love me some Darnell Washington. That's the same thing. And, like, I'll give you just one more. DeJuan Jones, who I know is not a Bear. I get it. He doesn't fit the scheme. But DeJuan Jones is like the perfect example to me of a guy that fits right in the middle of those two blue chips. He has plenty of production, stonewalling great edges in the Big Ten, whooping ass. I love watching his film. I joke that, like, the whole want to see a dead body meme. That, to me, is what DeJuan Jones' film is like. But I also see a guy that, I get it. You can point out Orlando Brown Jr. You can point out Daniel Falele. You can also point out Orlando Pace and Jonathan Ogden at that same size and go, if he hits on all of those, there's nobody quite like him except the greats, Orlando Pace and John Ogden. That's a guy to me that fits perfectly and marries the two of, I am a blue chipper for my production, but I am also a blue chipper for what I can be in the future. And that is, to me, why he is my offensive tackle one in this class.
Nice.
Good points.
Nice.
Great points.
Shorty's like sleeping with Darnell Washington. He likes Darnell Washington so much. I think he tried to sign him in free agency, and then he still wanted to draft him, so he'd have like three of those guys, man. Hey, hop in your Matt Kedro. Wait, grab
kids,
your Matt
what's
Kedro,
up?
hop in your Derek Carter, baby.
I see the Hart Foundation was asking about Michael Mayer.
Yeah.
Michael Mayer, to me, is a good player. Like, to me, my biggest knock on Michael Mayer is that I just think I don't know what else is left to be unveiled or uncovered. He's a very good player. He's a jack of all trades, master of none, good at all things. But to me, it sounds like it's lazy helmet scouting because he came from Notre Dame, but it's kind of like the Cole Kmet thing. Like Cole Kmet's a pretty decent blocker, and he can catch the football, and he's got decent enough speed, but he's not going to wow you in any particular area. And that to me is Michael Mayer. Now, Michael Mayer is a better prospect than Cole Kmet was coming out, but to me, Michael Mayer is fine. Not a player that excites me nearly as much. He's just a steady Eddie quality player another one of those safe ones. Like, for the most part, he's not going to be a liability for you in any particular realm of the game.
You're muted, Shorty. Shorty, you're muted.
Can't hear you.
I was saying, if I could just please tell you how I got onto the Darnell Washington bandwagon.
Please.
It's that I'm in like the deep south in Georgia. Like nobody gives a fuck about the Falcons. They all want to watch the Georgia Bulldogs. So my neighbors are like, good old boys that love the Bulldogs. And I had one of my neighbors on a show to talk all about the Bulldogs players and what, who's coming out in the draft and what they could offer to the team. And I started doing research, and I just holy shit, I fell in love with Darnell Washington from day one of looking at him. And that's why he's just been I'm his baby daddy now, because I love him. And I love hearing you say that, Jordan, and other people saying the same thing, that, wow, he's actually a first-round pick projected to be now. I thought he was like a fourth-rounder when I was looking for him. I was looking for him as like a late-round value pick.
Oh, hell no. Here we were talking a little bit about it earlier. I would hate to see Jalen Carter as a Lions player. I think Darnell Washington makes so much sense with the Lions, and it scares the shit out of me. Because I'm telling you, they like physical football. He'll block his ass off.
But they they like these tall athletic freaks. He's different than what they have. Look, they do need a receiver, and I know Jameson Williams is suspended for the first 4 games or whatever, but they've got enough of these different archetypes where you've got a burner with speed and Jameson, you've got a slot player that can work the middle. Now what if I add just this genetic freak in there at tight end who will block his ass off and is too big for safeties and too athletic for your standard linebacker? And again, if you're refining him and building him up, and Dan Campbell's got a history as a tight end in the league, to me, it just makes so much sense. And look, we can talk all the crap about Detroit and their production and all that other stuff, but let's be very clear here. Since Brad Holmes has got there, the roster building on that team has been fucking phenomenal from day one until now. It is just chef's kiss. When you're talking about building up the lines, they've got succession plans on that offensive and defensive line. Mm-hmm. They're at the point now where they can just – and look, you look back to the Giants when they were beating the Patriots. You look back at the Bucs when they handed Patrick Mahomes that Super Bowl loss. When you have a defensive line that you can just swap out in waves and they're all killers, they're all after you, they'll drown you. And I don't – it's funny. I'm just talking about that, not even realizing that we're talking about the same thing that he said in Hard Knocks, where we're the team where we just want to drag your ass out into the middle of the ocean and see if you can – because that's what it is. You know what we're coming to do when you play Detroit, and we're going to run the ball on you, and it's going to be hard. It's going to be brutal. It's going to be bloody. And when you're ready to tap out in the third quarter, we're still going. And when you're trying to play catch up and you're beaten down and worn down and we're scoring points on you and your offense is trying to play catch up, we've got waves of defensive linemen to come eat your quarterback alive. I'm not a Lions fan, but make no mistake, the way that roster is built is so nice.
Oh, wait a second. Did you just say that 4?
Sorry. When you replay that, I meant to go like this.
I gotta tell you, Detroit Lions versus everybody, motherfuckers.
There you go. I have to restart everything. I apologize. But seriously, what Sam was saying earlier was Detroit always Detroits, and here they are, all fucked up again with this controversy. That's gonna put them down.
No, you're right. No, and that's the thing is, you can gonna steal the outcast layers here, but you can plan a pretty picnic, but you can't predict the weather. Exactly. And that is exactly what the Lions are trying to do. They're trying to put it all together in place. But you're right. Well, you're right. You're right, Shorty, is that it does end up going to a situation where inevitably it always seems to fall apart, just like it does for a lot of teams that just have that problem of getting in their own way.
Like the Jets, they're going to get Aaron Rodgers now and probably fuck it all up, right?
Yeah, I'm not a fan of that move. I don't think it's going to pay off the way that it
I don't
needs
either.
to, but we'll see.
Let's hear some other people talk. PJ.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I got a motor mouth. Shut me the hell up.
Yeah, I'm just gonna pull you out. You can fuck off for a second. I'm just kidding, Jordan. I love you, brother.
No, you're good. I told you I talk too much.
All right, I will pull you out here. Just go ahead, PJ.
Only on this show will we kick the guest off. I'm fucking real.
Anybody else want to like pontificate on what Jordan just said? Because I mean, Jordan, it's like you're mesmerizing listening to you. So it's not a slight on you. It's like, yes. Hold on. Somebody else talk.
You know me. You know me, Dad. I just like talking football. I like talking about the NFL.
I know, man.
I'm the weird guy where
that's why I brought you on.
Well, I'm the weird guy. We could talk Bears all day, and I'm not against it, but I have to be honest. I hear it all the time, so I don't really care to talk about Bears. I find it so much more interesting to talk about the Lions, the Vikings.
Yeah, let's talk about somebody else.
Crap. You're going to hate this, Jordan, because I was going to ask you to put J2K's question up there, man. The one with, I can't remember. It's the one where he's asked about, of all the positions, I'd have to look. I don't remember it.
Cues for everyone. Who's a draft prospect that fits a need but has not been talked about or is flying under the radar? Is that the question?
No, I was going back. It was, of these positions, offensive center, tight end, running back, or wide receiver, that you would be pissed off that we didn't draft someone for, and which position would you be fine passing on? There you go.
There you go.
And then everybody throw a minute or so spiel on it.
Of these positions, offensive center, tight end, running back, or wide receiver, what would you be pissed off that we didn't draft someone for? And what position would you be fine passing on? By the way, before we continue, J2K, much love to you, brother. This guy is living the life. Much love to you, brother, and thank you for coming on the show tonight. Guys, what do you think about his question here?
Fuck you, J2K. Love you.
Yeah.
PJ Foster, Sam, Dan, take it.
Fuck you, J2K.
He's awesome. Awesome.
I should just make like a fuck you for everybody, like Swifty. Fuck you, Jordan.
Yep.
Let me take a second here to like use this to make recordings from. Fuck you, Jordan. Fuck you, Foster.
All right.
Fuck you, Samo. Fuck you, PJ. Okay, cool. Moving on.
I'd like you guys to go, but I have it already, so I'll just be quick. J2K to me, pass on the receiver, no problem with that. Like I said, I talked about, doesn't make a lot of sense to draft a receiver. I'd be upset if they did not walk away with, was it tight end, running back, receiver? I guess I'd be upset if they didn't walk away with a running back.
I should have went first.
I like Foreman, I like Herbert and everything, but I just think that
there's one more element.
Yeah, and I like Homer for what it's worth, but it's just, to me, one of my least favorite parts about this scheme is that they like to just silo their running backs into like, this guy does this well, this guy does this well. I like a multifaceted back. That's why David Montgomery, and I hated that David Montgomery didn't have a sixth gear. That really sucked.
Right. He tried so hard though, didn't he? He almost got there, didn't he? That Texans game right through the hole.
Yeah, but as much as he didn't have the sixth gear, he had everything else. He could catch the ball really well. He blocked really well. He ran hard. He had good vision, good contact balance, didn't fumble too often. Like, I just want one of those guys that is just solid. You're getting multifaceted areas of the game that are filled out, even if they're missing one piece.
I've heard so many times that, he's been injured often. No. This dude went down with what looked like a major knee injury and came back like 4 weeks later from just a sprain. Like, that's not a major injury. It looked like it was at the time. The other injury besides that was only like a week or two. So he's not oft injured. I've heard people say that before, and I must strongly disagree with that because he's not. I am a little bit worried about him going to the Lions with that offensive line. And damn, that sucks.
Shit. You want to talk about it? They upgraded. This is what I'm talking about. Like, sleep on Brad Holmes at your own peril.
Yeah.
Like they just sit there and chip away and put better players in each spot.
Mm-hmm.
Like, oh, you guys didn't like Okuda? You didn't like Okuda and Jerry Jacobs last year? No problem. Here's Cam Sutton, and here's this. Here's C.J. Gardner-Johnson, and we're just gonna keep plugging away. I'm telling you, man, it's they're a problem.
It's a good time to do our mock drafts. That way, we can address things that we think the Bears ought to do.
Yeah, we want to do a Jordan. I'm sure you're exhausted and you're kind of getting ready to sign off here. I want to say that seriously appreciate you.
Of course,
reciprocated right back at you. I appreciate you coming on here, man. This is awesome, and I would like to send you a link to just do the same throughout the rest of the draft. If you want to just hop on and just go blah blah blah, hop off, hop on, blah blah blah, hop off. You're welcome to have a link. Love to have you on the show again anytime you want, friend. And you want to do your sign off before we fuck off into the draft here?
Well, I hope you gentlemen all have a fantastic mock draft. Let it be a wonderful Draft'sMas Eve. It's going to be excited for the festivities tomorrow. It's going to be an exciting day. Thank you, Swift. God damn, I'm. This is how you know I'm tired. Thank you, Shorty. You know what it is? It's Swifty, Shorty. They sound relatively the same. Thank you, Shorty, Samo, PJ, Foster, Samo. Foster, PJ, Samo. It's nice to see you guys in person. As I know I've seen you in chats and things of that sort. So, thank you so much for having me. It's a joy. If you're looking for more content, day one I will be posting analysis on every single pick of the NFL draft for every team, as well as best players available periodically throughout the first round, and then going into day two. I will be on Barroom Network for their day two coverage of the NFL draft, as well as hopping on with Swifty periodically, and then we'll likely be on the Irish Bear Show for a segment during day three.
Wow.
As well as hopping in a little bit in here. Because, again, I said at the beginning, I'm your $2 crack whore that just gets used, abused, and passed around. But thank you for having me. It's a genuine joy to be here. Enjoy your mock, and we'll talk soon. Bear down,
Thanks, Jordan. We'll always have that $2 for you, man.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for your knowledge.
I'm going to give you 30 seconds with one final question from J2K out of respect from him. Fuck no, I can't do it. I'm sorry, J2K. He's gone. Okay, so
what's the question?
J2K says, can I get Jordan's thoughts on 11 versus 12 as far as what fits Fields best and how much that affects drafting a tight end early? Well, I tried, J2K.
11 versus 12 is in picks.
Yeah. But so let's see. The Barham. He's coming on to answer it. Oh, here you go.
There we go.
I didn't know.
You're the man, dude.
I thought it was more. Okay, can I get
one last question? Then you can fuck off, Jordan.
You're the man.
Okay. I imagine J2K.
Wait, hold on. I'm going to give you 30 seconds just so you can fuck off properly. All right.
J2K, if you could answer real quick, is it personnel? I imagine you're talking 11 or 12 personnel. Thoughts on 11 or 12 personnel as far as what fits Fields best? I tend to think that he would be better in a 12 personnel. Again, I'm a 12 personnel fan. I like the idea of having two tight ends that you can weaponize in the run game, as well as having in the passing game as different kind of chess pieces, if you will. So to me, I think putting Fields under center where he can kind of use those play action rollouts, things of that sort with 12 personnel makes more sense. But I also think he could do well working with 3 receivers and 11 personnel.
I have a spot for you on BCP, Jordan. You got a 30-second rundown. Let's do it, brother. We'll talk in the future.
Thank you.
That was
awesome.
awesome.
Good night, everybody.
Thanks again, Jordan.
Peace out. Thank you for coming back on.
Have a good night.
You too. Thank you.
We'll be watching.
Oh man, thank you very much for Jordan for coming on the show. And
awesome.
I know he must be exhausted with all this, man.
Yeah,
he's got to be exhausted.
I can't remember what time I started watching him today because it was, I don't know, I saw him like 3 times, man.
Does anybody else want to talk right now?
I'm bouncing, doing stuff, taking naps, and he's still on the freaking air, you know.
Much love, man. Swifty has been doing a lot of work with Jordan recently, and vice versa. So we appreciate everyone. The Barroom coming on. Jordan the Barroom says he sent me a video. Let me see what Aldo sent me here, guys. You guys.
Oh. Is it a weather forecast? I hope it's a weather forecast.
Yeah. I need to know the weather. That's what I need to know
I
the
hope
weather.
it's a weather forecast.
J2K, I'm with
like
you too. I like the spread open field myself, man. He disagrees with Jordan.
Oh, I hope it's.
I said it the other way. It's no big deal. That's fucking our opinions. God damn it. Sorry, Lord. I just got to stop doing that.
Let's see.
Gosh darn it.
Where did Aldo send that to me? Was it?
I need to know the forecast. That's all I'm saying.
All right. So we guys, let's not forget we have Ryan Poles just sitting around here waiting.
Yeah, but
exactly, kid.
Hey, did Ryan Poles intend on getting an offensive lineman early in the draft this year, or is he going to get one later? I wanted to ask him that too, that old bastard.
I think I have your answer for it. Let's see.
Because I'm just jealous, man. He's 39.
I might have your answer.
I am.
It might be this one.
Marcellus
Well, Fusser, with the 85 to 95 draft picks I'm looking to end up with through trades after it's all said and done, I think this team is going to be a Super Bowl contender, and I believe that you all should believe the same. Bear down, baby.
That should have been the answer for the other one.
I might have everyone else's questions lined up correctly. PJ,
I don't know. I'm just saying it sounded more like it was an answer to the other one, dude.
PJ, do you have a question for Mr. Poles while he's waiting?
Yes. My question for Mr. Poles. Can Jenkins play right tackle within a scheme the Bears run? And if not, why?
Well, PJ, as I've told you in privacy before, I do believe he can play right tackle, and I intend on putting him back there, barring some unfortunate circumstance out of my control, of course.
Yeah. That's it seems like a typical Ryan Poles answer. Right there. Any GM would say that, wouldn't they?
He talks to PJ. Me, he just kind of fucks me off, man. Giving me bullshit wrong answers, man. What the fuck?
How about your next your next question, PJ?
Well, my next question would be, what type of traits is he looking for in the defensive end?
Oh, what type of traits is he looking for? Oh, man, I'm having a hard time here. There you go. What type of traits are you looking for in defensive end? Because I had my own. I'll be honest, he's not sitting back here in the wings waiting. I had my own personal interview with Ryan Poles, and so I took a bunch of questions from you guys, and I wanted to make sure that I got it all correct for you. So let's see. What was your second question? One more time.
What traits are you looking for in a defensive end?
Oh, here's Ryan Poles' answer for you.
Well, Tyree Wilson definitely tickles my fancy, and Zach Harrison, man, this guy is a beast. Look out for him, and definitely love Will McDonald.
That was not the right answer, but it could have worked had I read the question correctly.
Yeah,
I'll tell you that much. So you have one more question, don't you?
Yes. Of all your free agent signings, have been all of your free agent signings has been players 27 years of age and younger. Would you sign a veteran player who's over 30?
Brian?
Well, PJ, I guess we should stop talking in private because you know the answer to this question. I'm not that interested in players over 30 at this moment, unless it's the right guy, but maybe a year or two down the line, maybe.
I have to apologize because this interview has been done out of order. And so therefore, Sam's questions were actually first, which would have made more context to that.
Well, we know the answers to my questions already, so
maybe we should go with Sam's questions first. So, Sam, what are your questions? In order.
Who do you feel is the best player on offense? Who do you feel is your best player on offense and on defense?
Let's see what he says.
I guess that comes down to what type of player on offense. And for a skill position player, I really like JSN, and I'm a huge fan of Tyree Wilson. I love what he brings to the table. I think he's going to be a superstar.
Oh, there you go. That's straight from the mouth of Ryan Poles.
Sounds just like him.
Your question too. What's your second question?
Who's the player you think is least likely to make the roster this year?
I think this is the one that you're talking about. Let's see.
Sam, PJ and I are pretty good friends, and that's how I got.
That's not it. That's
the next question. That's the next question.
He was just letting you know, Samo, that him and PJ are tight, dude. Just nothing else. Just
yeah.
hold
on,
You're good.
Fucked it all up. Hold on.
Okay. He don't like me or you, but he's tight with PJ for some damn reason.
That's his guy.
Wait, so what was the question again?
Who's the player you think is least likely to make the roster?
Sorry, here you go. Here's Mr. Pole's answer.
I see you're putting me on the spot there, Sam. I think the player least likely to make the team is someone like a Justin Jones. I think we're going to be able to upgrade the defensive line in this draft pretty significantly.
Wow, straight from the mouth of Mr. Poles.
Hey.
I'm pissed that he said that because he said we're going to upgrade the offensive line. I said he should have been saying that guy fucking Nisi, our Triple R was talking about 3 weeks ago, man. Whoever that guy, Nisi. Poles. He doesn't even know his own freaking team.
That was a great answer.
You just kept giving me questions though, Sam. So I'm gonna kind of pretend that some of these are Sells questions for you. So what was your next one?
Shout them out, dude. Why haven't you listened to PJ and just played Tevin Jenkins at right tackle, man?
See, this is where I fucked
you don't
up.
want to make PJ feel too good.
This was supposed to lead into PJ's questions next. So here's his answer.
Sam, PJ and I are pretty good friends, and that's how I got on the show here, was because of PJ. So I told him I was putting Tevin back at right tackle, and he took that as his own idea and told the world. So good for you, PJ.
Oh, wow. That was a good one.
PJ broke that to the world, man.
And then now you were supposed to ask PJ's questions, right?
Yep.
Exactly, yes. Now it's PJ's questions that I completely had out of order.
That's all right.
Dude, we're par for course here on the BCP because if you want it right and correct, well, maybe someday we'll get there, but it's really not important. The important shit is what you're hearing. And
hey, I've only been doing this for less than a year. Come on, give me a break. You know, when I went back to the bar room, I was, Aldo or Tooch was doing a lot of this. And before that, my wife was running all this. So it's give me a chance here, guys.
Oh, dude, I totally don't just ignore what the hell I'm saying. I want to be able to help you someday with this shit. And that's why I did what I did here.
Well, let's start the mock drafting.
All right, let's go to your questions, Foster or PJ. Jeez.
No, let's go clockwise, starting with Foster.
Wait, are you doing the polls thing still?
What are we doing?
We're done. Yeah. We're done. We just finished Foster's questions. No, I think you had one more question, Foster. What was that? What was your first question, Foster?
If you draft closer to your expectations, how good will the team be this year, Mr. Poles?
Let's see. Let's see if I got this right. Yep,
quantum physicists working on that as I speak, and I'll be able to.
Jeez,
it's a good answer.
Yeah,
because he has no idea like everybody else.
Well, you know what? I'll
actually be good or bad, but
this was actually Jordan's question, so I'm not sure if he was. Did you see that? Did I play that before? His response to that question.
I don't know, but we got to make sure J2K's okay. He said he's on PCP, man.
Jordan's first question was, how do you determine what the right threshold is to threading the needle between BPA and team need? And this was his response.
To that question real soon.
Oh, no. Hold on. I have to replay it. Hold on. There you go.
Great question, Jordan. The answer is we have quantum physicists working on that as I speak, and I'll be able to give you the answer to that question real soon.
How do you determine what the right threshold is to threading the needle between BPA and team need?
Great question, Jordan. The answer is we have quantum physicists working on that as I speak, and I'll be able to give you the answer to that question real soon.
I mean, the Bears have quantum physicists.
Great question, Jordan.
So, I mean, that's all we need to know about that.
Oh, brilliant.
Oh my goodness! I have more questions, guys. You know, let me give you some of my own questions for Mr. Poles here. Let's see if I can get him right here. No, I don't have him right. Okay, so let's see. Triple R has questions.
Oh crap!
He's in the hospital, but he does have questions, and let me pull those up for Triple R. Let's see. He says, why did Poles choose Riley Reef and Schofield over putting his rookie draft pick on the practice squad? And here is his response to that.
Well, honestly, we've been putting Jatire Carter through a cryogenic process, which is turning him into a superhuman. So, don't be surprised when you see him at guard really soon.
Yeah, so he's basically, they've been storing Jatire Carter on the practice squad because they've been putting him through this cryogenic process to make him a superhuman, guys. I mean, if we don't draft an offensive lineman this year, it could be because of that.
Well, Carter was never on the practice squad last year. You're right. He spent the whole year on the 53-man roster.
Yeah, I see him being involved this year. I really do a little more, I think.
Yeah. I think it depends on who we draft.
Well, the dude had an anchor.
I'm going to say this, and nobody said anything about it. I've gone ahead, even in my mock, I prepared for injuries because they're going to happen when you're playing 17 games.
Yep. Great point.
Although. Yeah, you know why he said that? Because he knows he's probably the one who sold him the Quaaludes that he had in his fucking car since 1983 when they stopped making them.
Isn't that how he talks, though?
What?
Isn't that how Poles talks, though? He's very...
Yes, absolutely, man. It's why I'm laughing so hard. It's brilliant almost to the fact because you're so close to the guy's voice. And your tone's perfect. Oh, I think
I want to see if I can get one of mine because I have all your questions, but I forgot to rename mine. So let's just see what this one is.
Well, Fusser, with the 85 to 95 draft picks I'm looking to end up with through trades after it's all said and done, I think this team is going to be a Super Bowl contender, and I believe that you all should believe the same. Bear down, baby.
There you go. There's your other answer, Foster.
I don't know.
Let's see what else I have here. Because I worked on this, okay, guys? I worked on it. Just bear with me, please.
Dude, we're bearing with you.
Well, honestly, we've been putting Jatire Carter through a cryogenic process.
I just played that one. Okay.
I know. I want to check this cryogenic process out, man.
It's you guys should check it out. It's new. The Bears are doing it now.
Yeah,
they're turning players into superhumans. So hold on, one more. I know I have. It's
you see the latest one from Aldo. Is Triple R getting renewed, recharged, or reviewed? Hopefully he's getting revamped. Revamped, revived, and something else.
Is he still in the chat?
Hold on. Yeah, so Triple R asks
specifically listening to us, and he's got. I do it all the time with these guys, man. I'm driving around, I start just chiming into whatever they start saying because it's just too. You got to. You almost got to sometimes, man. Go ahead.
Triple R's question, his second question to Ryan Poles was: did Roquan piss you off personally? Okay, So here's
fucking right he did when he said that shit about me in the paper.
Are you guys ready for this response from Ryan Poles?
Absolutely,
all right, man. You guys might not like it.
Well, I'll just be honest. I was negotiating with Roquan, and then he stood up and spit in my face and bitch slapped me and walked out of the room. He was pouting, so I knew it was over then.
So, I mean, can you blame the guy for not resigning?
Absolutely ridiculous, man. Well, I don't know. He is kind of a whiny bitch. I mean, Roquan, the way I'm looking at him now, man.
This could be a segment. You guys send in your questions to Ryan Poles, you know?
And
PJ has connections with Ryan Poles. That's how we got here.
I know, dude. That ex-cop factor's coming pretty handy. He's probably blackmailing him or some shit, knowing him.
Yep.
Don't tell my secrets, man. Don't tell my secrets.
It's getting them out of a few
that's why Marcellus is off the show. He's not even allowed to fucking listen to it because PJ don't want any of this shit spread around too much. It's okay if a few idiots hear it, but not all of them.
So Triple R, who was in the hospital, his first question was about Riley Reef and Schofield, and so that was the cryogenic chamber answer. The second one was the Roquan. So here's Triple R's third question. Realistically, when do you expect this team to compete for a Super Bowl? And so here is Mr. Poles' answer to Triple R.
They got him drugged up so bad.
Well, I'll just be honest. I was negotiating with Roquan, and then he stood up and spit in my.
You can only do so many things correct, you know. But he went on to talk about how he with the 85 picks we're going to have in this draft, the Super Bowl is definitely something that the Bears are looking for. I can tell you that much. Once they trade down another, when they get out of the first round by trading down all that many times, they're going to trade from 9 to 10 to 11 to 12 to 13 to 14 to 15, all the way down to in the second round. And then they're going to own all those picks, guys. And then we're going to be sitting here going, holy shit, look at all the 85 picks we have in this draft. That's how I feel. Am I wrong? Am I wrong, guys?
I still say and that's only if we don't trade up into the second, that we're going to have like 14, 15 picks, and he's going to have 2 or 3 future picks besides what we already have. The way this guy works, man.
Mm-hmm.
We keep talking about what he did last year, but he's got more to work with this year, man.
If he turned 5 into 11 last year, right?
Yeah.
What could 11 or 10 now turn into?
And don't even say 5 because he really turned 2.
Mm-hmm.
He took the first 3, dude. I mean, look what he took.
Mm-hmm.
So it wasn't even 5 because he took.
Mm-hmm.
And this was my question to him about. I preached it forever, which is quantity over quality, right?
Yes, Mr. Pontificator.
Here's his answer.
Quantity over quality. Yes, well said. The ultimate goal is to end up with 75 or more picks in this draft.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I mean, why wouldn't you want to do that?
Every draft, so you can trade them and sell them too while buying other players, man.
And then he went on to say this. He followed up with this. I take this.
I know that may sound a little ridiculous, but I have one question for you. Do you trust in me, Mr. Shorty?
Yeah. That's the question. Do you guys trust in him?
We got the PGT, man.
PGT, baby.
Oh,
PGTS. Who's got this shit?
Wait a second. Do you want... Wait, hold on.
Uh-oh.
It's...
E.T. Poles got this, huh? I like that. Well done.
And he closes his eyes to think about it.
PGT. Pull's got this, huh? I like that. Well done.
Bar,
he closes his eyes, and you know what he's doing? He's closing his eyes, and he's going, "Fucking Foster, what the fuck." I'll do anything to get rid of him. I'll even tell him it's good. He's going to get letters about this shit.
Aldo says, Shorty fucks the way he uses these controls. That's why he has no kids.
Sounds like he knows who you are, man.
Yeah. Oh, love it, Aldo. This is your doing. Thank you. Yeah. The Podfather, to you.
Yes, Mr.
Let's
Pod.
all take a sip to the Podfather.
Here's my kids gave me this cup for Christmas, man. Dad's little shits.
I mean, I can go on. I've done this for hours. If you want more, let's see. How about this one?
Eventually, we'll have to get some timing in there.
How about this one?
The goal here is to keep trading down in the first round until we eventually just end up in the second, and we hold everyone's pick from round 2 to 7.
I mean, I could go down with that. Could you?
No problem, man. All of them. I want them all.
I
want every pick from 17 to 75.
If they traded down with if they just got all these picks and went right into the second with the first pick in the second round all the way down to the 7th round, and they had like another 15 picks, would you care? Let's pontificate.
Dude, I actually did that in a mock, and I should go find it. It was amazing.
I did that too.
I think it was last year.
You know what?
Man.
You know what? I did that last year, that's how I got from 6 to 11 or more. And I couldn't believe it was happening with my own eyes. I was like, I can't believe they just traded the 5th for more. It was so much fun to watch. That's what I'm looking forward to in this draft. More trade downs. Let's just quantity over quality.
I see him doing it, man.
It's going to happen.
See, he's just going to be real smart with it and get good quality in the quantity, like he did last year. Somebody, I don't know if it was today or yesterday. I'm kind of messed up because I've been running around the last 3 days, so I'm not that I'm ever right, but the last 3 days more than normal. Somebody was complaining about how bad he did in last year's draft, and I'm going, how could you even say that? How could you even say that it was a bad draft, considering we had no first round pick? And okay, these guys didn't light up the world. Nobody won Rookie of the Year, all this crap, but we've seen development from Brisker and Gordon. Nobody said one word about the punter all season. Not one word.
No.
That's the best thing in the world you could have is for nobody to say anything about the guy ever.
Yep.
Right.
So he was doing his job at how big of a savings. And then the way Velus Jones came on the last 2.5 games, I said this before when we talked about breakout player. Remember when we had the conversation a few weeks back? One offensive breakout player and one defensive breakout player. I don't know if anybody remembers that. Because I wasn't even throwing the new guys in there. I went with Brisker on defense and Velus Jones. And I've seen a couple other people on some of the other shows mentioning, man, I think Velus Jones is going to break out too. He's going to have a good year because it appeared that he started having, was getting better as the season at the end of the year there.
Yeah.
And then maybe he can do some punt returning if he works on this left-handed kicker stuff. I don't know how many we're going to face, but you might as well be prepared. Be like a damn Boy Scout when you're playing football or anything, man. Just be prepared. So I just love it. Like I said from day one, man, I love what I see is happening. I don't understand, especially if you've been around watching, like Jordan said it. We go from dog shit to average to dog shit. We've been doing this since 1964, just about. I went back and I looked at I went back and looked at like the last 30 drafts. God, do we draft shit? Go back and look at the 60s, the late 60s and 70 drafts. You could barely find a name on there that you freaking know. And even stuff in the 80s and the 90s. After the Super Bowl, after the Ditka era. But I just mean, I'm like, man, when does it end? Because he's right. We've gone for 50 years. It's been pretty much from dog shit to average or slightly below or above average. Couple good runs, but it's all been dog shit or average.
Back-to-back winning seasons I can think of was like 2005, 2006. Before that, it was the 80s, 90s.
80s into 90s, right.
Mm-hmm.
And then before that, it was nothing. There was really nothing from, and that's what used to kill me too, because they had all these great players in the late 60s, and I don't think they won more than 6 or 7 games when they had Sayers and Butkus.
Yeah.
They did not, like, Ditka used to say this. He goes, that was one of Hallis's problems was he'd get cheap and he wouldn't spend the money on the offense, the quarterback or whatever. Defense wins championships. So that's, and today it just doesn't work. You've got to have that balanced team where you're scoring 24, 26 points. You've got to have that defensive team where you don't give up more than 17, 19 points. That's how you win.
Right.
It's pretty bleeding obvious, right? You got a bleeding obvious one in there for polls or something, dude?
Where the fuck is it?
Answer.
Where is it?
Well, honest.
Where is it?
Well, I'll just be honest. I would.
No.
And
oh shit! Where'd it go?
Quantity.
Fucking straight master of non-bleeding
Yeah,
obvious.
I know that.
I'll get it to you. Hold
No
on a
biggie,
second.
dude.
Fucking master of the bleeding obvious.
Master of the bleeding obvious. Don't you? You like that one, huh?
Love it.
I've been saying that. I got a cousin who's from England, and I think the first time she said it with her accent was because she's like, it's you Americans that butcher the language, because we don't speak English, right?
Right.
That was the first time that I heard her say it. We were camping, and she's like, what are you now? You're master of the bleeding obvious, are you? So ever since I heard that, that's like 40 years ago. Longer, 79, dude.
I think
I've
it's
been
just
saying it that long. So
With the cryogenic superhuman process that we're currently putting Jatire Carter.
That's not it.
and
Damn
if you knew anything about cryogenics, you'd be a master of the bleeding obvious.
You'd be a master. Hold on. It's got to be. If it's not that one, it's gotta be.
Thanks for the accent comment there, Mr. J2K. Fucking J2K again, god damn it.
What are you, fucking Irish? You should be on the Irish Bear Show. Is this it? Hold on. Q3. Is this it?
You are
Well,
correct,
Fusser with the
J2K.
85 to.
Always right.
No, that's not it.
Fucking J2K. I gotta do that every week. Fucking J2K. Just record it so we can just put it up when we need it.
This must be it.
Great question, Jordan. The answer is we have quantum physicists.
How did I mess that all up so badly? I thought I had all that figured out. This is the kind of shit you guys don't see that happens in the background.
DJ are sharing Quaaludes.
Hey, you and Ryan Poe's been hitting that shit together, huh?
Great question, Jordan. The answer is we have quantum.
They drafted the fucking losers, huh? That one when I missed it, dude. I'm looking at the chat too, and I missed that one. Although I'll get you back, you son of a gun.
Foster, it's gotta be this one then.
We can do the draft, man.
It's gotta be this one.
Yes, master of the bleeding obvious.
There you go.
But that depends on what you consider early. For me, it will be the second round when I trade out of the first round entirely on my way to accumulating 85 to 95 picks.
Oh, so that wait, was that for my question? Do you intend to trade the 9th pick for more draft capital, Mr. Poles?
Yes. That's what that here
yes,
you go.
master of the bleeding obvious, but that depends on what you consider early. For me, it will be the second round when I trade out of the first round entirely on my way to accumulating 85 to 95 picks.
Man,
he could have said master of the bleeding obvious, or he could have said yes, Foster, you fucking idiot. Same line.
Can we please get PJ to speak? I have heard ne'er a voice from PJ, and it's making me uncomfortable.
He's waiting because he's got his fucking mock set. He wants to fucking blow your mind with that mock.
Oh, please. Should we do that? We should probably get.
You know what? I can also, let me ask you this too, man. I could check in with Mobile Joel. I could see if Mobile Joel's around too. We could check in with Mobile Joel.
Let's get Mobile Joel on the show.
Line, but we could do that later.
Well, let's do it.
Let me.
Who is Mobile Joel?
Oh, big secret. Tell him, Poles. Tell him who Mobile Joel is.
As long as we can see his face.
Absolutely. I gotta text him. So let me do that. I gotta get back. Make sure you can get his. I gotta get his email to you, right?
Yeah.
All right. So move on with what you're doing. We could do this anytime he's there for quite a while.
All right.
Sorry.
Meanwhile, I'm gonna get this. We're gonna do one final. Just let's blow our brains out with one final frickin' mock draft. Just to, let's have. This way we can have a BCP record of what this mock draft should be, and we can compare it, compared to all of your mock drafts. Because you guys, I know PJ, this is your subject. You did your mock draft, and you are like, I know you're sitting there like, you want to like tell the world what you came up with this mock draft.
Actually, I was hoping to hear like the other guys' mocks. I mean. I'm a fan.
You were saving it for last.
The best for last.
Yeah, because I was like, I mean, I know we put together here and there, players we like this. So I actually want to hear basically a dream scenario, realistically, within reason, of what a person would want for their draft picks or how the draft or the rest of this offseason to go. Because I find that interesting because when you actually doing the mocks, sometimes you get a player, then sometimes you don't, and then it doesn't work out right. But something within reason that you would like to see the Bears be able to pull off in the draft this weekend, I think that'd be pretty interesting to see.
I think so too, because if we could actually have a record of this, then we can compare it to what actually happens, and it's kind of annoying to do it all the time, and do it in the past like we have done. But now on Draft'sMas Eve, I think it kind of works, doesn't it?
Yeah. Yep. I mean, because after tomorrow, everything changes because we actually have who we're going to have. So for us to sit up there now and say, hey, in my dream scenario, I would like for the Bears to be able to do X, Y, and Z. I think that'd be cool, and see what's basically your method of how to build this team with what we have to work with. I mean, that's basically what it comes down to.
I agree. All right, so let's so did you guys both do a mock draft before this? I know you did, PJ, but you, Foster, and you, Sam, or?
I did one. Yep.
Okay. So you want to go? So I haven't done one because I was going to do this in real time, very quickly, to not be boring with it. Triple R's awake. Good for you, buddy. He's like, you're on Dilaudid? Oh my God. Do you guys know what Dilaudid is?
What the hell is that?
My dad had Crohn's disease, and he was in the hospital a lot, and he was on literally the strongest drug they could put you on, Dilaudid, and he's on an IV drip, it sounds like. So
the smile on his face now is bigger than the one on his picture. That's for damn sure.
Triple R, man, you've got the link. It's still good, brother. You want to come in all fucked up on Dilaudid and do your draft with us?
He just went,
Oh my goodness!
They gave him like 3 Norco, and he's like, "Ain't cutting it, man."
No, Dilaudid is like 5 times stronger than morphine, dude. It is some serious shit. So, if he's on Dilaudid, it might be fun to like get his opinion on this draft while he's in the hospital.
Ask him who he wants for at right tackle, man.
Oh, here he is.
Who do you got to have at right tackle?
Snap.
Hey.
What up, y'all?
Who's the drug now?
Look at that smile.
How y'all doing?
We're good, man.
Not as good as you are.
He
we ain't
looks
feeling as
happier.
good as you yet.
Man, I was there for the open, and I dozed off, and I was like, "Is that Jordan and Swifty?" And then I went back to sleep. Now I'm up, and it's like, okay, how y'all doing? Y'all still on? Oh shit!
You notice how he's using "go to sleep" instead of saying drug-induced coma.
Well, you see, here's the thing: the Norcos, they take longer to kick in, but they last longer, but they're not getting it done. So the Dilaudid is faster, but it don't last as long. But it's nice. It's real nice.
Aldo wants to know if you got a nurse hanging around there. Move the camera to her, dude.
He wants you to put the camera on the nurse.
Fuck it. Put it on the ceilings. We'll count the holes in the tile even. It's better than looking at your ugly mug.
Dude, Triple R, this is fucking epic, man. You are the man.
You're awesome, dude. You know I'm messing with you, bro.
Yeah, I know. But, yo, I appreciate the love and the get well wishes from everybody. You know, all of you in the panel, everybody on the chat. Just wanted to check in, let you know I'm still kicking.
Oh, man.
My man.
We miss you too.
Oh, Lord Foster, how did you do this shit?
Many years of practice and patience and passing out.
Oh, Lord. You know, because for the situation for right now, I can dig it. But this ain't no recreational shit.
No, it's no way to live, my friend. No way, man.
All right, yo, I got to try and, yeah. But you all get back to your thing. Appreciate it all. And it's coming up, boys. Draft is almost here. Merry Draft'sMas, y'all.
Merry Draft'sMas, my friend. We'll see you as soon as you come back.
Get some rest, man. Stay hang
Look at that
tight.
smile.
Get some rest. We'll give you shit when you're back. Don't worry. Yeah. Love you too, man.
Oh, man. Love you.
That was good shit.
That guy kills me. I love him, man. He's awesome.
It's just priceless.
I love that Triple R loves this shit that much,
He
though,
does,
man.
man.
You know what I mean? Like, we all love this shit, but can you imagine going through what the fuck he just went through and we all and being in the hospital? I never thought that I could do that shit, but now seeing Triple R do it. That's dedication right there.
That's dedication, right? Exactly. That's dedication for real.
You know, he sent me the picture of him. He might have sent you guys it too, but he was bloody out of his nose, and I'm like, man, this looks.
Damn.
He's like, I don't think I can make it tonight, but I'm like, he said something about like, I might hop on if you like for a second or something. I say, well, you want me to send you a link? I was like, holy shit, that would be amazing if he like actually came on from the hospital.
Tell the other cop.
Hey, next Wednesday we ought to like have him on from like a gravesite or something where he's like dying. He's so determined the dude's almost dead, but he's gonna be on this show whether it kills him or not.
Man, that is some serious dedication, man. Oh my goodness. I'm floored by that. That's amazing.
Dude, I'm kicking myself. Remember when I fractured my foot?
Mm-hmm.
I left my phone sitting right here, man. Otherwise, I would have been at the because that would have been hilarious, man. I'm flirting with nurses because I'm totally conscious, you know. I'm just going ow, ow, ow.
Hold on a second.
Dude, I'm gonna do a remote from this one bar on the northwest side, and it's all fucking Bears fans on a Saturday. We got to do a Saturday show sometime.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, that'll have to happen.
People are insane. We'll get
a coffee show
people right off the bat in 10 minutes.
A coffee show, yeah.
Is Sam still on?
Oh, this is a bar show, man.
Where is Sam? There he is.
I keep accidentally pressing this button here, brother. I'm
Oh,
here,
I heard
baby.
you in the background.
Accidental,
I'm here, baby.
man. He didn't want to be on because he was laughing too hard at a bunch of idiots. He didn't want us to know. So he fucking hit. Oh yeah, I'm sorry, man. I hit that. Retro. I'm not going to my own funeral, dude. I refuse to go to my own funeral, dude. I won't be there. I'll send you an invite, but I ain't showing up. If I do, I'm gonna be late.
Don't go. Just don't go.
Yeah, like Retro seems to think that you're on your last dying leg.
Yeah.
Doctor. I don't know what his problem is with that. But
Dude, look at me. Quit bullshit, Shorty, because last week you thought I was like 72. You're right. You're right behind him, man. Fucking bleeding obvious shit. Yeah, that guy looks old on his last leg. Yeah, we'll let him sit here and talk for a couple days before he dies.
Hold
on. Some old senile ball.
Hold on. Oh wait, where'd my sound go? Oh, shit just sometimes doesn't work. Master of the bleeding obvious. I love it.
Look at J2K. He was in Mexico and they accidentally doubled up the fucking codeine from his dentist. So he spent like the next 6 days drugged up on codeine and alcohol.
Oh God!
I'm making that up. I'm fucking around with J2K. He wrote some shit in the chat about codeine though.
Oh God!
Those can mess you up too if you take a few of them, man. The 3s or the 4s, and maybe drink a beer. You're in trouble. You can be in trouble, man. You could walk into one of those situations I was talking about before and not even know it. Now I got to tell you this because this is hilarious. So we used to, in the early 80s, we used to do a lot of acid. And I'd go get some acid. Yeah, here, let's do some acid. Okay.
He's just like, I got to get out of here.
Yeah, he's got a bail. Talk about an Irish fuck off.
Yeah, here you go. Well, let's just bring him out.
So anyways, a bunch of us, we take acid and I got a sack of beer and we're walking into the woods and we walk right into a guy who had a stolen truck with merchandise in it while the cops were arresting him with their alcohol. It's a good thing they were busting him because they let us go. Like 2 a.m. in the middle of the woods. Serious. We were tripping. We didn't even see him. So we walked like right up to these cops while they were arresting a dude with stolen merchandise in a stolen truck, the back of a box truck or something.
And you're like, what are you guys doing over here? What's going on?
We're just gonna drink a couple beers, dude. The woods closed at like 7. It's 2 a.m. Oops. It's a good thing they were busting somebody else because we didn't get arrested.
Wow.
Dumb shit, but it's
I've been there.
J2K said he liked my version of his cocaine week in codeine week in Mexico better than what really happened.
Let's go.
It's all right. We're here for you, J2, man. If you ever got some more codeine, look me up.
Oh my goodness. You guys are killing me, man.
Cliff jerked off too much as a kid, Rich. What the hell is this shit? We're going on 11 something here. It's too early for this, right?
I really want to know what like age range that Retro is in, like 50s to Retro. Just give us a 20 age range. Like, are you 50 to 70? Are you 40 to 60? I know you're not any
48
younger
to
than
58 is my guess.
Just want to know what background we're working with this guy.
Retro, that's the 60s. Let's see.
Yeah, I think Retro is in his 60s, if I had to guess.
Yeah, I think the 60s.
Really?
How can you possibly jerk off too much? Cliff asks. I mean, haven't you jerked off so much that you get to a point where you're like, I really want to jerk off right now, but I just can't. Has that ever happened to you? Like,
hey, did you see what Aldo put? Retro's 53 inches tall.
Oh man, what does J2K say?
What the fuck is Wall 20s? That's a kid to me. I'm lost.
J2K says I was at an Airbnb in Palm Springs and the cops showed up, but I was so drunk I thought they were looking for a costume party, and I told them they had the wrong house.
Oh shit!
Were you carrying that codeine around with you, dude? So then what happened? Did they leave J2K or did they fucking throw you against the wall like they normally do to me? Yeah, okay, whatever, Foster.
You can't be so abrasive, Foster. That's why they do that. You got to be like, yes, sir.
I learned that. It just took a while.
Yeah, it's an acquired skill.
No, it's really not. It's called being smart. But when I was young, I just thought I was like better, knew everything and better than all that crap. So,
oh man,
what happens when you're young? We were
hold
talking
on.
about it a month ago, man. Being young and stupid.
Guys,
we've all been there once.
We have Cliff in chat here, and it's midnight. It's a little bit past midnight, so in Eastern time. So, should we ask what Cliff has in the oven right now? Because
I've been doing that every time I see him. The other day he was making, what was he making yesterday? He made shit last night because I asked him on Aldo and Dan's show, man. See, Frost, I'm right about his age group. He's 48 to 58. We know that because he just said I'm right about his age group.
Wait, so Foster, okay, so he's 48 to 58.
Right. I'm going to say 53 and a half.
So he's so I'm 48. So he's right around the cusp, the lower cusp of my age, but on the higher I forget what your age is, Foster, but he's on the higher cusp or the middle cusp of your age.
39.
You're 39, that's right. Yeah. So Foster's out of that equation entirely.
So he's probably my age too, watch.
This fucking guy had a tri-tip sandwich again tonight. Hold on.
Yeah. That's what he charged that yesterday because he was telling me I'm charged tri-tips, and I was like, dude, I'm moving to Florida because then I can get free food. I'll just fucking hang out on a beach by cliffs.
All right, so hold on. I'm gonna.
Samuel, we could do it in the winter, man. We'll go down there for fucking like January.
For sure. I'm with you.
There you go, man.
Get some sun, some heat.
Yeah.
And bikinis.
Some heat, some charred tips, and meatloaf.
Yeah, some charred tips. Exactly.
Dude, I'll even vacuum your lawn at 1 a.m. You can get some sleep, dude.
Oh,
it's
man.
like the late night restaurant you go to. It seems like
that was priceless.
Did Cliff ever get his the vacuum combination pizza oven?
Hold on a second. Let me get the picture of the vacuum cleaner.
Oh yeah, Cliff vacuuming. I still can't believe my buddy had that, dude. That was just
that was absolutely brilliant that happened like literally the next day.
Only in Chicago, dude. Where else? Where else is some idiot going to be out there vacuuming their lawn?
How does?
New York.
Yeah,
I got to throw them idiots into it, and definitely West Coast for sure. Sorry, Jordan, but it's true.
All right, here. I have to send this to my computer. Hold on.
Oh, I thought I sent it to your email.
You did, but I have to send it to my computer. So, all right, I just did that. Now I can pull up the images of Cliff's tri-tip roast that he had the other night.
Fucking Cliff.
This fucking guy over here. This guy is making his
fuck out of here in the tri-tip you wrote in on.
He's eating food at frickin' midnight. He's making meatloafs at midnight. Let's see. Oh, I can't.
I gotta pull you guys. I got a bunch of barroom guys all saying like 5 or 6 of them. Saddle up your meatloafs. I found one of them today, Shorty. I got the times for you. I gotta pull those, man.
Let's see.
Because it's Vinny and Frank and.
Let's see if I can pull this.
I can't remember who else, man. Oh, Neil Stopchinski said it. Reed said it.
Yeah, we got to get all the people talking about the meatloaf. So let me just share the screen since this.
We don't want to talk about your meatloaf, fucking Shorty. Cliff's is enough.
Yeah, fucking Cliff's meatloaf is enough. Let me.
What happened to PJ? Did he really
bring him in? Bring PJ back in.
What?
Bring him back in the fold.
So here's Cliff's delicious tri-tip sandwich that he made the other night. last night, by the way.
Why did you show me that? Now I'm hungry, man.
Mushrooms on it.
Mm-hmm. Mushrooms.
Mushrooms and mayo.
I'm gonna have now, you son of a bitch, because it just showed me.
He sent me another picture too. Let's see if I can find that one. Where's that one at?
That shit looks good.
Oh, it's this one. Here's Cliff vacuuming his lawn at what appears to be midnight, but it's actually in Alaska because Cliff.
It's 9:30 in the morning in Chicago on a Monday morning when that was taken.
There's Cliff vacuuming his lawn after he's done making a meatloaf at midnight because of the PCP he's on.
Oh, that's right. Him and Aldo are sharing PCP now, right?
Yeah. They're on the same PCP. That's how Aldo keeps going. He's able to put out so many different shows, and that's how Cliff is eating fucking Detroit versus everybody's at midnight. What's up, Don? Don's back. Detroit versus everybody. You know, that just
I like J2K. Fields versus everybody. We got to get Fields versus everybody shirts.
Seems like let's just bring Don.
I gotta tell you, Detroit Lions versus everybody, motherfuckers. Oh, wait a second. Did you just say that 4 of our players just got suspended for half the season? Oh, shit.
Yeah, thanks for coming on the show, Don.
I have a question.
Appreciate you.
I have a question for Don. Don, my question for you is, who do you want Detroit to take at their 2 first-round picks? If you can answer that in the chat, I'd like to hear your answer.
I would like to know that legitimately, too, as a barfly. From a barfly to a barfly. Who do you want with your pick there in the first round? At what is it, 5? Like you said, PJ?
Yeah, they have 2 picks in the first round, so I'd like to know who his first and actually both of his first picks. I'm just curious to know where his mind is with that.
I would love to know that as well. If you could answer that right now, Don, that'd be very appreciative. I won't pull you up on the screen anymore.
I gotta tell you, Detroit Lions versus everybody, motherfuckers.
Oh my goodness, that's fun. That app is fun. Aldo, tell Tooch thank you. That's a fun app. Don Burr, Fields versus 1-8 in North after 2 years. You know,
Lions never won a championship since 1957. Enough said. We're done. Next subject.
Get him. Good comeback, Foster.
I wanted to Don leave the chat.
That was back when Alex Karras was playing. He was a fucking beast.
He was good.
You ever read his book? Even Big Guys Cry. It's a really good book. Alex Karras, Even Big Guys Cry, man.
And for anybody who doesn't know who Alex Karras is, you still might have to be too old school to know, but he was the dad on Webster. Remember that show?
And any Lions fan, if you don't know who Alex Karras is, look him up because the guy was just an animal, man.
He was a beast.
He was awesome. Awesome player, awesome man, too. Good humanitarian.
Yep. I always loved Webster, too, man. I love how they had that little elevator shaft in the kitchen.
You know that was his real wife, too, right? Suzanne Clark's his wife, real wife?
No, I did not know that.
Yeah.
That's cool. Guys, are you ready for what amounts to a 3-day
marathon? We already know, damn it. I'm just kidding.
Like are you guys ready for what amounts to a 3-day marathon?
What the hell? I've been doing a 50-year marathon as it is already.
I mean, this is going to be a lot of work. We're going to be busting our ass for like the next 3 days.
Good point.
Without the draft content. And we're not competing with anybody. I know the barroom's going to be doing it. A lot of people are. Many people are. But this is the one that you can come in and out of at your freedom. If you would like to join this show to talk shit about what the Bears just did or didn't do, or what they traded for or didn't trade for, or if you were unhappy or you loved that pick or hated it, you can come on this show by emailing us at BearsCountryPodcast@gmail.com, and we can bring you on the show. We are allowed to have 10 people on this show at one time, and right now we have 4.
Only
So
7 if I'm on FCC law.
That means we have room for 6 more people. FCC law. Foster was a...
You're only allowed 8 if I'm on the air, dude. I did something to him one time. I don't remember what it was.
No SAG card, but Foster has been an extra. I saw it with my own eyes. Pretty cool shit, Foster.
Actually, too, guys, I did. I filmed a pilot for a TV show. It's called Sparky. I'm actually going to be putting some stuff out on Twitter and YouTube regarding it. I don't know if it's ever going to make it. I've actually been taken out of it, but it's a good group of people, and I'm hoping to get them involved. It's a production company. A couple of my friends of mine started. So
that's awesome, man.
Yeah, do it. And like I said, man, because you guys, you can do anything, dude. I wanted to sing, so I went and sang in front of like 300 people. I mean, I only did it for 10, 15 minutes. I did 3 songs, but you talk about a thrill. And I got a standing ovation. That was bigger than even singing, dude. When people are like, yeah, dude, sing another song. I'd sing old classic rock shit. But it's just cool shit. And then doing stand-up for 3 minutes was fucking awesome, man. I mean, I couldn't even do 5 because it takes.
I would love to try that. It's been like almost like a bucket list thing of mine to like just try it, just to go to like an open mic stand-up night and just see if you could make anybody laugh. You'd have to get out of your own element so like hardcore to where you're not like thinking about yourself. It's a mind game. It's almost like playing golf, you know.
I'm sorry for laughing and cutting in, but have you seen all of Retro's got all the Alex Karras and Susan Clark references you could come up with? He was the dad. He was the cop in Porky's. Mungo in Blazing Saddles. What was the other one he had? Something about Susan Clark being a hooker and something. I don't even remember. You got a bunch of stuff on there.
J2K asks, so who's on and when, Dan? I'd like to come on during some downtime during the next 3 days of the draft. Not looking for a prime spot. Rather just give you some company and chat. Oh, well, J2K, you know that you are welcome on anytime. I will send you a link anytime you want, brother.
Don't get mad, Shorty, but I would just say it like this. Hey, J2K, it's the BCP, man. I don't care if we're on at 7 o'clock. We're not prime, ever. It's just not us, dude.
J2K.
What you see is what you get.
I was talking to J2K, and this dude, if you don't mind me saying, J2K, like he has done what many of us would like to do, and he's like renovated this like a van to turn it into a camper, and he's gonna go traveling. So J2K might just flop off the globe for a little while. He might be in chat, but if we can get him on the show anytime he wants to come on, you definitely have an open invite, J2K. You know that. You helped me set all this stuff up, and you're welcome to come anytime. And like I said, I'll send you a link to all 3 days of the draft just to come on, speak your piece, hang on as long as you want. You are more than welcome, my friend. Much love. Thank you so much, J2K. For real.
You see what Retro says? Because I was going to tell J2K, man, if you're around Chicago, look me up. And Retro tells him, J2K, you better hurry up because Foster don't have much time.
Yeah, I enjoyed when J2K was on. I enjoyed that.
Mm-hmm.
He's awesome.
He didn't get a chance to talk much, but man, I enjoyed it.
So did I. Yeah, for sure. Guys, I mean, we have a marathon coming up soon. So should we probably end this so that we can get some rest and prepare for Draft'sMas tomorrow?
I am game for whatever you want. You guys want to do, man. I go with the flow, brother.
I mean, I can hang out with you guys for like another obviously 3 hours. It's happened before.
You got work and shit tomorrow, and it's already 12:30 by you. See, that's why you got to. One of us got to know some. I got to know some more or something, man. Because then you could just go and we could stay.
Yeah.
I get it.
It's probably what's best.
Welcome back, Samo.
There he
Yes,
is.
sir. Yes, sir. That's
Samo.
probably what's best. We could be here for 6 hours. You know that, right?
Hey, 2K's asking about the mocks.
We're gonna do the mocks. Or you want to build a mock? You want to do a mock? You want to do a BCP mock real quick? Or what we want to do?
Let's just, fuck it. Let's do it. We all had the idea. You had a great idea, Sam, which was that we did a mock, but that would take too long. And and PJ over here is gloating. Look at him. Look at him. He's just shaking. He wants to talk about his mock draft so bad.
No, we good. We good. I mean, it's
run through it, PJ.
No, I know you guys. I know Shorty, man. He's an hour ahead.
No, PJ. I want to hear this because you told me you're like, this mock draft is, I can't let it go. I don't want to do another one. This is my final one. Let's hear it, man, my friend.
All right. I want the people in the chat to rate my mock.
Rape it or rate it?
Both.
At this point, you can do both. I don't care.
Both. Rape.
Rape and rate PJ's mock. All right.
Whichever you feel is necessary.
Whichever one you want to do.
Whatever you're up for tonight. We don't care. You want to rape it? Yeah, you can rape it, but rate it first.
I'm keeping in mind what I'm keeping a couple of things in mind. First off, I'm keeping in mind that Pohl said he wants to play the best 5 players, for one. For two, I'm keeping in mind that Washington did not offer Chase Young a 5th-year option. So that means he only got 1 year left. So his trade value is a little bit lower now. So with that being said, with the number 9th pick, the Bears trade to Washington for the 16th pick, the 97th pick, which is the 3rd round, a swap of the 61st pick and the 47th, no, the 61st pick of ours and their 47th pick, and Chase Young. So we basically got Chase Young. We got the 16th rounder, 16th pick, and we swapped our 61st pick for their 47th pick. And because Anthony Richardson was on the board for them, they overpaid and even gave us their 97th pick. Now, with the 16th pick, we pick up Peter Skoronski to play left guard. To play left guard because we moved Tevin Jenkins to right tackle. Because, again, Skoronski is the best offensive lineman there is in the draft, I believe. So because he's the best offensive lineman, that's why we took him. And he was available at 16. Then at the 47th pick, we take Adebari out of Northwestern, because remember we traded our part of the deal was our 61st for the 47th, so we was able to get AA from Northwestern. At our 53rd pick, we picked up Felix. I can't pronounce his last name either. Out of Kansas State, the defensive end. We got him at 53. Then at the
61.
No, we traded 61. We traded 61.
64.
Yeah, okay, yeah. So at 64. Yeah, okay, 64. We were able to pick up Mozzie Smith from Michigan. He got moved down because of that gun charge he got. So his draft stock kind of fell. Then we were able to pick up with the 97th pick. We were able to get. Now this is how the mock worked out. I was able to get Bergeron. Bergeron from Syracuse with the 97th pick. I don't know if that happened in real life, probably not, but in that mock, I was able to do it. Then with the 103rd pick, I picked up Ricky Stromberg, the center from Arkansas. With the 133rd pick, I picked up the wide receiver, Jonathan Mingle, out of Ole Miss. Then the 136th pick, I picked up Jacarian Bennett, the cornerback. I forgot what college he was at. But then
Maryland.
Okay.
Yep.
And then the Colts offered me a trade for my 148th pick and my 218th pick for their 162nd and their 169. So with that being offered, with the 162nd pick, I took Dorian Thompson-Robinson, the quarterback out of UCLA. And then at 169, I picked up Dorian Williams, the linebacker out of Tulane. And then my final pick, being 258, I was able to get Josh Wild, tight end from Cincinnati. I'm just saying.
BJ.
Yes, sir.
You the man. Did you use one question? Did you use Vaseline before you made that trade with Washington?
Well, see what the thing with Washington, I'm looking at it like, what did we get for Fields? We got like two firsts and a fourth, I think, something like that. So my theory is if Washington really wants this quarterback, like I said, they're going to overpay. So we're not getting two firsts out of them. Instead of us getting the two firsts out of them, what we did was we got Chase Young, who's only on a 1-year contract. And then we got the 16th pick, and we got the third round pick. And to compensate that little discrepancy, they threw in, we'll swap your 47th and your 61st. That's how I was able to do it, because if they really want the last quarterback left, I figure they're going to really overpay for whoever, be it the Bears, whoever else. I think they're going to overpay. So that was the reasoning I was using with that.
This is kind of where I go to quantity over quality in this draft, because of that thing everything that you just laid out there, PJ. I would love to be able to add a developmental quarterback who fits the mold of Justin Fields that we can plug and play I don't want to say any reason why, but if we had to,
right?
Knock on wood before I say it, that we would have somebody to develop behind him. And that always bodes well for the future, right, in case that guy becomes trade bait. We've seen it happen many times before, and that's a big proponent to what I would like to see happen in this draft, which is finally drafting a quarterback who fits the mold of our current quarterback that we can develop behind him, and maybe one day that's draft capital for the future. I love it.
Yep.
Right.
That was my famous. Everything about your draft was amazing, and that just topped it off for me. That was like the cherry on the top for me.
Yeah, I agree, because I think PJ Walker is only on a 1-year contract, I think. So I think long term we do need to develop some type of a quarterback. That's why I'm interested in DTR. But as far as the Felix guy out of Kansas State, I'm with Samo. I love his celebration after his sacks, and I think he has some really great being coming off that corner. Man, Leo Leo Factor 1. That's it. Yeah, him.
Felix Onaduke Uzuma.
Yeah.
And Duque Umuzoma.
Yeah, he has good bend coming off that right defensive end. So I think he would be great. And of course, I think Triple R has said many times the benefits of having Ada Barraway. I think he'd be great. And then Mozzie, like I said, Mozzie Smith playing one technique for us. I think. I mean, I know Eberflus likes to have that great rotation, and being able to pick up AA, Mozzie, Chase Young, and Felix. That's 4 new guys on the defensive line that we can then just rotate, and with the guys we already have, and I think our defense will be great. I really believe that.
So you're not of the. So there's 2 different kinds of Bears fans. There's one that is all about solidifying that offensive line because they feel it's not solidified yet, and then there's those that feel pound that defensive line. And so you seem, because of your love for where you feel that Tevin Jenkins should be played at his natural position back at right tackle. If we do that, we're going to kind of the pieces are going to fall into place, because as we know, Ryan Poles said that Ja'Tyre Carter is in this, cryogenic program that's turning him into a super star.
Right. But see, I think
all things assumed that works, right?
Well, I think that him coming from a small school, maybe if there was to be an injury to Skoronski or Nate Davis, he'll be our next guard up. So I think that's why I'm looking at it like that. And with reason why I went for Bergeron, because then realistically I'm thinking either Bergeron or the kid from Maryland, is his name Duncan? Is that his name? Jalen Duncan? Is that it?
Jalen Duncan. Yep.
Yeah. I figure realistically, if we can get one of those 2 in the 3rd round or something like that, if something was to happen with Jenkins with injury, he is our insurance policy. That's how I'm looking at him. He, one of them 2 being our insurance policy, because again, you guys all know my love affair for Jenkins playing right tackle. So that's my reasoning for that one.
That kind of I have some saved questions, and this one kind of falls into line with that. And Cliff asked earlier, if you guys could fast forward to Carolina having a 1-15 season, who would you take with number 1 in 2024? So do you consider that pick to be an insurance policy in case Fields busts out for any reason, or you can use that pick for a trade bait, or you can use it to maybe even just draft Marvin Harrison Jr.?
Well, I don't think Marvin Harrison Jr. will be the first pick. I think it'll be like Caleb Williams. So it all depends on how Justin Fields does this year. I mean, we're hoping that he does great, but I mean, what if he's only mediocre? What do they do then if he's only just mediocre? I question that. I mean, I'm of the belief that his first year was wasted. Second year, learning another new offense. So this 3rd year, how much time do you really give him to show that he's actually getting it? Because that's the thing for me. I mean, if he's struggling at first and you see the progression, I would stick with him.
Right.
So I mean, I to answer your question, I would then just use that as a little bit of a trade down where I can find or get Marvin Harrison, and then get some more picks as well.
I love it, man. Foster just dropped his nutsack on the floor.
Nice.
Yep.
That's that old saggy nutsack you got to keep in your drawers. You're muted.
You're welcome, Cliff.
You're muted, Foster. Jeez. Come on,
I didn't want you guys to hear what I was saying, man. It was bad. What I said was, you hit a certain age and they fucking drop 6 fucking inches.
Watch out, PJ, man. They
Don't try to pick up a water heater at 55 years old. They might drop further.
Yeah, I mean, watch out, Sam. Your nuts are gonna fall off your lap one of these days and just onto the floor.
No, I keep mine empty. They don't say that full. They're not gonna drop that. They're not dropping that far. I'm gonna tell you that right now.
I keep them exercise. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I hope there's not a lot of pregnant women running around there, Sam. I'm not empty.
Man.
Hey, do what I gotta do, Foster. Gotta get it out. He gotta get it out, Foster. Hey,
talking like a true player.
That could not have been a better answer.
No, it was brilliant, man.
That was a brilliant answer.
Gotta do what you gotta do with them empty nuts, whatever it is, whatever it takes.
I stay light on my
feet. Keep your nuts empty, everybody.
PJ.
Aldo says PJ's draft gave me a hard on, so I'm gonna go watch some porn later, fellas.
Wait a minute, Aldo, I need to see a weather report from Mexico.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying. Aldo, hook me up before you leave.
Colombia, somewhere.
And you know he's bullshitting because you look at the temperatures on there. There's no way those temperatures are for here. He just thinks every night when he puts up one of those chicks that, we're going to have that weather. Yeah, someday, Aldo, maybe in August.
Aldo, why don't I just send you a quick link and you could just bring on your weather report for tomorrow?
Man, I'm trying to
that would be epic.
We need a weather report for Florida right now because Cliff's got to vacuum the fucking lawn. Full moon, half moon, or what's the deal?
Man, I'm just saying.
Okay, he's gonna do it. Hold on,
PJ, I wanted to tell you, really, when you got a couple picks into that draft, nothing fucked up on my computer or anything. My internet didn't go down. I just didn't want to fucking hear it.
That's fine. I mean,
I'm only kidding. All of a sudden, I got three things running and everything shut off. I had no internet for a minute. So,
okay, Aldo, I'm sending this link. I'm going to send this link to
what do you got, Samo? Oh, there's your draft.
Look at this, PJ. Look at this.
Rodgers.
Look at this, PJ.
Yeah. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Hey, you got a deal too.
PJ.
Yeah.
Is that not the same draft?
Is that the same draft he did? Because I missed a lot.
I swear it's almost the same damn draft. I'm like,
get the fuck out of here, man. Oh, with King Jared too.
PJ know what's up.
Aldo, hold on, guys.
You guys are gonna hate mine, then.
Hold on, guys. I just sent the link to your Aldo Twitter DM, man. Hop on and give us your weather forecast for tomorrow's draft before you head off to bed, my friend.
The pre-draft weather forecast.
Everybody
should have a drink. We all do. Aldo.
Come on, Aldo. Just hop on. Give us 2 minutes of your time. Give us the weather. You can get out of here. Go to bed, and then we'll all do the draft tomorrow.
Tell me, what did you say about me before?
Tomorrow's gonna be a long day.
Oh man, it's gonna be a long couple of days.
Tomorrow in Florida already, so you're already there, Shorty. You got it licked.
Yeah, I mean you did nail it, man.
Sure, Jay.
Yeah.
I mean, it's the same draft that PJ put out, man. I think the only player that I have that he didn't have probably is he got Mozzie. I got Javon Dexter.
Right.
I added Steve Avila.
Yeah, I like that guy, man. He could center or guard.
You got
I'm going to put him at center.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. So I got Darius Rush. That's the only.
Should I show you my draft?
Yes, please do it.
Where the hell is it?
If Aldo comes on, though, he's going to shut you off, though, because he's going to do his weather report and get out of here because he has to go to bed.
If he's on, just fucking mute me. Throw me off. I could probably do it by myself because it's so bleeding obvious.
Fucking master of the bleeding obvious.
Master of the bleeding. I can't even find my fucking.
Why isn't this playing? Where's my sound? Master of bleeding obvious.
You gotta get that.
I don't know if you guys can see that. Can you see any of that?
Yeah, Darnell Wright.
Okay, there it is. Darnell Wright. I love it.
Look at number 19. So what I did was
He got Javon
I
too.
traded with Tampa Bay, and I also picked up Mike Evans.
Oh,
okay.
I'm preparing for next year because I don't know which receivers we're going to have.
That is one sick ass.
That's a nice
draft right there.
Go down. Oh, you got Byron Young too.
Yep.
Yeah.
Christopher Smith.
And he got Jacory and Bennett.
Look at the two at 136, 153.
Ooh.
Stacking that lineup.
Patterson. Yep.
There's my running back.
It's good
And
shit.
then go check out Davis Allen, tight end. I mean, I don't know if you've seen him. He's on Clemson.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing spectacular, but you got something to work with 2 years down the road. And look at pick 258. He won't be Mr. Irrelevant for long. Plus, got Mike Evans and a 2024 third rounder from Tennessee. That's my polls drafting, man. Except I should have another pick or two because I could have made a couple more trades. What do you think of that one?
Getting the players. I love it. We got a lot of the same players. That's what I also love. Right. I hope we get some of the players that we picked all alike. I hope we get them.
You guys, did anybody say Mozzie fell? Because in my draft, all the guys I wanted, Mozzie was like the last one left. Benton, all them guys were gone, dude. All of them.
Oh man, that is sick.
Like literally. Hey, Samuel, the pick before Mozzie was Keon. The pick before that was who did I just say? It was the guy. It was the two guys we keep talking about continuously. Keon White and
Keon White. Yeah.
Adi kid from Wisconsin, man. I want him, but
Keanu Benton.
Yeah. So Benton went.
Yeah. Wait, White, hold on, Fusser. Just take a screenshot of that.
In that order.
Take a screenshot of that to me and text it to me. I can pull it up right now.
It's on your phone already, dude. I sent it to you.
Oh, sorry. I'm laughing my ass off here because I went on here to pull something up and I look at what the barroom posted on their Twitter. This is fucking classic.
That is awesome, dude. That is awesome. Man. That is awesome. You gotta put that on fucking BCP. You gotta do it. You gotta do a short from that somehow, dude.
Oh man.
Shorty. You gotta do a short from that. Have it start or end with that face. Because that is a perfect face, man.
Damn.
It's already come to mind when I saw him doing that in bed when he was like, I was like, that's done.
You're just your local neighborhood psychotic. Nothing out of the ordinary here. Nothing plain.
Triple R doing Kentucky bourbon with Dilaudid.
Hey, Retro, instead of using me for the advertisement against drugs, I think that could be a better one. And thanks, J2K, for that draft.
This is you on drugs, guys.
I was going, man, if the Bears could do something like this shit.
This is you on drugs, guys.
Yeah, I think
with my draft though, it would really suck because you'd have to sit the
oh man,
what's his name, man? You'd have to sit down. Who's our fourth receiver? I'd probably end up sitting Mooney, man. Believe it or not.
I'm worried about Mooney.
I'd have Claypool, Evans, and what's his name? What the fuck? The guy we just come on.
Okay, why though? Why?
Well, any other questions on my draft?
Yeah, my question is why would you sit Mooney with those out of those three guys you're talking about? Why would you sit Mooney?
Because I got Mike Evans.
But why are you sitting Mooney instead of Claypool?
I'm a bigger Claypool guy. I think he's the one that's going to stick around. I hate to say it, but I think it's true, dude.
Mm-hmm.
I think personally to rebuttal that.
Yeah.
I think Claypool and Evans will play a similar position, so therefore they cancel each other out. Whichever one is better would play, in my opinion. I think Claypool, he showed me nothing last year. Granted, it was a sample size. I get all that. He don't know the offense. I understand that. But Mooney and Fields has chemistry already. According to your draft, bringing in Evans, I think you're going to wash out what Claypool's offer because Claypool and Evans
Similar.
basically do the same thing.
I see what you're saying. I'm just looking at it differently, man, because I can move one of them guys in the slot. And if I could talk Claypool into maybe pulling some tight end duty because he's big enough and built for it, that will change the whole offense. And then you throw a decent running back in there who can catch the ball a lot. I don't know. Maybe I'm off. I keep looking at this over and over, and I know Mooney's got chemistry with Fields. I know what he's done. I liked Claypool more when they were both coming out. I know it's different time frame. I like Claypool more, and I just keep reverting to the first year when Big Ben was still a quarterback and what Claypool did that first year.
Mm-hmm.
Now this past year, it's like they purposely went away from the guy to me. Is that because he's not as good as the other receivers, or Claypool's going to cost us money real soon? Let's just go with the younger guys and save the money, and we'll put it somewhere else. So I don't even know if I'm right, but I'm just going on, my instincts as let's say I'm the GM, man. Right. That's how I always look at it, as if I'm the fucking GM running this team and making these moves.
Right.
You call me on any of it because it could go exactly the way you're saying.
No, I mean, because
I don't mean call, but you know what I'm saying. It's a good conversation.
Only thing I'm doing
this is probably going to happen whether we get Evans or not.
I'm looking
a year from now, we might be talking about this exact thing. Are we keeping Mooney or Claypool? Sorry, go ahead, PJ.
I'm looking at it from a point of view of if you're doing these, and I'm like, okay, the thing that Mooney adds is chemistry as well as speed. So you're losing by getting rid of him. You're losing that to me. I mean, yeah, DJ Moore has some speed to him, but I don't know with the offense, I think the offense is going to probably need more speed guys than necessarily big guys.
Okay, so say that happens because now I've just put myself in another position next year. I've got something to trade with for the position that I'm going. The one big thing I didn't get this year, now I've got something to trade with it. Whether it's Mike Evans, Mooney, or Claypool.
You can't trade them next year. They're out of contract.
5th year?
Claypool has
you're right. Okay, so say I figure that out. Let's go on the fly here because I fucked up. But in my mind I didn't because I know I want to do. Let's put it. Everything is not gone the way I've said. Okay, cool. Well, we're past the middle of the season and our record's 5 and whatever. We're not going anywhere. Which guy am I going to trade? Because now I got one I could trade and probably get something for. Plus, I still got my tackle and that other pick in the draft. So if I get something for one of these guys before the season's out, it's better than releasing them and getting nothing. Got to look at, I'm terrible because I'll look at every angle and then forget an angle because there's so many angles. If you're looking at it from not just my point of view as a GM, I'm trying to look at it from your point of view as an opposing GM or what my coach needs. So, and I like to do this, and I mentioned it earlier because with a 17-game season, man, health is always a factor at almost every position these days. Look at it, right? I mean, do you agree with that?
Okay.
So we got to have depth, and we haven't been good at having depth for a long time.
I agree with that, but I guess the question I'm making is because you're purposely trading for Evans when you already have a 3-headed monster, and you have this 3-headed monster. Granted, 2 is going to be out of contract next year. So my point is, why would you then trade for a 4th-headed monster? That's the question I'm having.
Well, how long is Evans' contract for? Doesn't he got 2 years left on his last deal?
But that's what I'm saying. I mean, but you're trading for him because you're moving from 9 to 19.
Yeah.
Getting. I mean, where you can get something else instead, but you chose to go for a wide receiver, a position that we have a 3-headed monster.
I actually could have sat down with my guys and talked about it because there was an offensive guard, I think, involved in there too. Okay. But I just went on that because I'm looking at. Almost no matter what happens, one of them guys isn't coming back. What if I'm wrong and Mooney comes back? Still got Then we signed Mooney. We got Evans and we got Claypool. Even though you say they're the same, we can bounce one in the slot in and out and keep them both out. There's a way of working it with these guys. I know they're very similar, but you can still work something out with that offense, man. And then, because like I already got them picking up a bunch of other guys as UDFAs, like Jaden Hazelwood. He's a UDFA. He's going to be a better EQ Brown the year after EQ's gone. I mean, I'm just going on my own,
Oh yeah, I get what you're saying. I guess I'm looking at it from the point of view of if reason why we're not drafting JSN per se is because we already feel like, okay, we can address other needs. Yeah. So I'm taking that same attitude with why would you then trade for you're trading down from 9 to 19. Yeah, you're getting something else, but you're basically trading for Mike Evans. So you're basically using a resource, a high quality resource for another receiver.
I am, but I'm also in the process. I'm gaining the tackle I wanted, where taking him at 9 was too early. Plus, I also picked up a 4th round pick for him too. So I know I'm getting Evans, and I'm not saying that this is the way to do it. It's when the draft fell, I looked at it and just went, crap.
Right.
I got 5 minutes or 10 minutes to decide this.
Okay.
So, and I didn't do what I normally would have done because I'm doing this alone. I should have picked up the phone and said, hey, PJ, Dan, you guys, here's the options we got. Fuck you, PJ. I know you want Chase Young, but they're not going to deal with us. You know what I wanted to talk to you about? Because I brought up, I had a talk with Jordan. I don't know if it was earlier today or yesterday or last week, but we were talking about trading with Washington just like you want to, except the deal was that we get swap picks with them, get I forgot what the pick was, but we were only giving up swapping picks in a 5th rounder and getting Michael Sweat with the year extension on his Montez Sweat with the year extension on his contract, going from 9 to 17 and picking up I can't remember what it was. It was an early 4th round, whatever 4th rounder they had.
Okay.
And he said he'd do that in a heartbeat.
Well, yeah. I think,
and I agree with him because what do we got to give to get Chase Young up, man? And what's it going to cost us? And when is he going to play?
I honestly think it'd cost less for us to get Chase Young than Montez Sweat at this point in time because
probably yes.
Because Young only has 1 year left there. Yeah. He only got 1 year left, so you're going to look at him like, okay.
They both got 1 year left.
Yeah, like if we can get something for him, man, okay, let's go ahead and get rid of him.
Right. So, that's my thing with the receivers.
I'll
go back to that real quick. What if I say, screw it, man? Evans and DJ are awesome, and we got this guy. Let's trade Claypool and Mooney. What if that happened, man? There'd be 2 more picks.
There we go.
I'm sorry, guys.
What if it worked out that way with? I don't know the third name. I'm gonna say Claypool, DJ Moore, Mike Evans, and another name even.
Yeah, the only argument I guess I have.
I'm saying that wrong.
The only argument I have against what you're doing is
there's the weather.
You're adding another wide receiver, which is using another resource for a wide receiver high. That's the only argument I have.
So if you did it, man, if it was the right offensive guard, you might have went that way, maybe.
Yes, it was like defensive line.
I really want to go back and see who it was because it was a good name. I can't remember it because I looked at so many things,
But I also factor in age because if it's at center, I think I think he's over 30. So I don't want to get nobody over 30. Right. So age does matter to me as well. So
right.
Hey, I got a question for Samo though. Samo, in your draft, did you trade the number 9 or did you trade the number 9 pick or did you just draft Broderick Jones at number 9?
Nope, he's at 16. I did the same trade you did, but I didn't get Chase Young. I traded 16. I traded for 16, 47, and 97 for number 9 for a quarterback. Same thing, but I just didn't get Chase Young, and I didn't give up 64, and then just and went from there. That's the only difference. That's the only difference.
Cool.
Ended up with Avila and Rush in those 60s. But the
That's
first
crazy,
few picks
man.
are just like
I
yours.
love Avila. I love that pick too.
Yeah.
Yep.
But that's crazy that you guys were like, what were you?
That's what I said when he was saying it. I'm like fucking great minds. Yep, great minds. Got it.
Hold on, guys. Listen. I'm trying like as hard as I can to get the videos that Aldo sent me of the weather women.
Yeah.
But I can't. I'm trying to type it to him. It's too long. I want to tell you, Aldo. Could you please send that to my Mr. Shorty Twitter account because I cannot access my BCP account on my Mac for some reason. If you could please send that to my Mr. Shorty account, I really want to pull up your weather videos. I really do. Go ahead.
Fucking guy. He really wants to pull something up. Oh my God.
Just don't pull nothing out. Just don't pull shit out.
Right J2K agrees with you, Sam.
Trying to hit the ceiling tonight.
He likes your draft. He thinks you have a good draft, Sam. J2K.
Appreciate it. He like both of ours. It's the same players. Only difference is
you know what? Screw you, J2K. You're playing all sides, man. He said all three of them was good. That's impossible. Yeah. I'm joking.
We got all the same players, fellas. He'll never live this down.
You gotta hold that. You gotta hold that because man, Poles is gonna pick one of these guys that nobody knows crap about in one of the later rounds, and that'll be the look. Well,
you know what? Squeegee,
we all know
Squeegee brings up a good point. I think if Tampa
Bay, absolutely
offering, I think if Tampa Bay is on the phone and they're offering, they're wanting the number 9 and want me to go from 9 to 19, they would have to give up Wirtz.
Thanks, J2K. Yeah,
they would have to give me Wirtz.
That's the
right tackle. I agree with Squeegee. Yeah, they would have to give me that young offensive tackle Wirtz in order for me to move from 9 to 19.
This is so we have the weather report tomorrow from Aldo. So this is going to be, hopefully this is going to be epic. Here we go. All right, let me press play. There we go. Can you guys hear that?
No.
No.
Damn, I didn't think you could.
I gotta just.
All right, how do I do that?
Text here, man.
I have to play that.
That wasn't the weather report.
It wasn't. He wanted me to play that one.
Jalen.
All right, how do I do that? Let's see. Fuck.
This
is the one part I don't know how to do, Aldo, is how to play this.
He says audio.
Hold on. Yeah, but if I share my screen, you can't hear the audio. I have to play it as an extra camera? Is that what it is? No, that doesn't work. Damn it. I can't get it to work, guys. I'm sorry. I'm a failure.
No.
There's a check mark when you share the screen, lower left. Oops. There's a check mark when you share the screen, lower left. Let's see. Oh, share tab audio. It's clicked. Let's see. Entire screen. Share. So you should be able to hear this audio then. Do you guys hear this? No?
No.
No.
I got a question from one of the lurkers in the chat room. It's a buddy of mine who listens. I think he said one thing in the chat in the last month. Because I don't know what it is, but he's like, He goes, I'm not sold on Fields. Any chance the Bears will get a quarterback in next year's draft? And I just told him, no fucking way. But I can't believe he's not sold on Fields.
Next year being 2024.
Here we go. Let's try that. Let's try this.
You know what? I don't know. I guess I have to ask him that.
All right, let's see if this works, guys. Hold on. This might work.
Names that we're hearing.
Can you hear that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, let me restart it then. Thank you, Podfather.
Hearing is Jalen Carter, the D tackle from Georgia, just won a national championship with the Bulldogs. Big dick, big guy, big dick, 6'3", 300 pounds. He can make an immediate.
So wait, did Aldo do that? Because that's Aldo, right?
That's Aldo. Yeah, he just did that.
Aldo did that. He did.
Podfather. You guys want to? You want to replay that? Here you go.
Names that we're hearing is Jalen Carter, the D tackle from Georgia, just won a national championship with the Bulldogs. Big dick, big guy, big dick, 6'3", 315 pounds. He can make an immediate impact.
Oh.
We love you, Podfather. We love you, Podfather. Let me pull up the next one while you guys keep talking. Next one is a weather report for tomorrow, guys.
Jalen Carter kind of reminds me of Akeem Hicks.
You got that same burst off the line. Yeah. Akeem Hicks had that. Yeah, I think Akeem Hicks could have played 3 tech. A lot of people were saying he couldn't.
Yeah,
I think he had that.
I just don't
burst.
think. I agree. He could have. I don't think he could have lasted.
Yeah, maybe not.
Yeah, I think he'd probably be good for 1 or 2 plays. Then they got to get him out of there.
But can you let's just take a look at our defensive line last season, guys. If Hicks was on that line, come on, much better line, right?
Well, the one spot, the run.
Well, I think
wouldn't run as good against us.
He would have made Watts look better. He would have made Jones look better. It wouldn't have mattered really.
But he would have only played like 40% of the snaps.
He just couldn't stay healthy, man.
Did he get hurt again in Tampa, or was he playing?
Yep, he hurt again. He got hurt again. I think that we could have put him in on passing downs
right,
and just let him go.
You probably could have done that and bounced him around in spots too if you're playing him like that.
But see, here's the thing though, he made $10 million last year. Poles wasn't going to pay him that.
Nope. 6 million maybe.
You can't for what he did, and
that's what I'm saying. I mean,
you couldn't do that.
I think the most he would have gave you was 40% of the snaps, and out of the 40% of the snaps, he's not worth no $10 million. Sorry,
right?
Hey,
not no.
He was my favorite Bear there for a while because that guy was a beast, man.
Yeah.
In his prime, he was awesome, man.
For sure, he made himself a Bear.
Yeah, absolutely.
He loved being a Bear. There's guys like that. That's what endears us to them as fans, right?
We need 22 of those guys.
Guys, tomorrow's weather report for the draft.
Cool.
All right, thank you.
I'm already warmer.
No sound.
Francesca, hey Francesca.
Ooh. They know what they're doing when they tell these girls to dress. They know they already know what they're doing.
Man, that's just enough to end the show with a session.
That's
the Podfather. Thank you so much, Podfather.
Yeah,
I honestly did not want to steal the Podfather's idea by doing this. So I really appreciate him giving this to us so that I can present it as the Podfather production.
No doubt. It definitely is.
I need to go down to Argentina real quick.
It's raining in Sam's shorts.
Man.
It is.
Fucking all the on there listening, man.
It will be soon. Hey,
brother, I don't like to steal stuff, man. You're doing this on Dan and Aldo, and it works really well. I would feel like an asshole doing that, but I appreciate you.
No, we stealing this. You stealing this.
Okay,
Dan,
all right.
Shorty, you stealing this one. All right. You better go to Columbia somewhere then. You can go to Columbia then. You don't have to go to Argentina. You go to Columbia.
All you gotta do when Sam goes around is just play this fucking thing, and he'll be off your case, dude. So you got to think about it.
Guys, look what's happened here. My favorite show was Dan and Aldo, and now Aldo's hanging out with us. Like, are we becoming one of Aldo's favorite shows here? This is
dude,
fun. I love this.
I told him earlier, I said, fuck, man, now you're the Foster of BCP, a pain in the ass who keeps saying dumb shit all night long.
I got a question for Aldo.
It's true. Look at what he did all night. He did exactly the shit I do, man.
My question for Aldo is,
I love it.
Is this the same person that does all the other ones, or are they different people?
No, he's got different ones. They drool over all of them. At least I do.
Well, I'm asking Aldo. That's why I want to know for sure, because I thought the lady actually dyed her hair or something, because that's what I'm trying to figure out. See, they're different ones.
PJ, is Dr. Dick fucking
PJ remembers hair colors and shit. Look at PJ. I thought she dyed her hair. I thought it was the same one. Like,
well, I know because Dan.
Hey, Aldo Foster Gandia, he wrote it in the chat.
Man. I'm just saying,
sick old man.
Is Dan saying something about her hair color last night on their show last night? So that's what I was wondering.
Squeegee, I want to pontificate the shit out of her. There's no better two things to put together than an Aldo clip of a weather woman and a pontificate word.
An Aldo clip and a squeegee comment.
By the way, if anyone gives a fuck, not that I'm plugging it because I don't care. It's just literally for fun. But I literally made the Pontificators podcast. If anyone wants to go check that out one day, because it has nothing to do with the Bears, nothing to do with sports. It's about pontificating different shit. And any of you fuckers that would like to come on, you are welcome to pontificate with us, including you, Aldo, J2K, anyone, Retro. Come on and pontificate. Different show, different podcast, whole different realm of shit we can talk about, because I love to pontificate. I can pontificate about anything.
I just wonder how tall she is.
What do you think she is? Probably about 5'3".
No, the legs long. No, those legs are long.
Long legs.
I don't know.
Shorty, I pontificated from 77 to 79, but really I was just tied for 2 years.
Yeah, well, that's still a form of pontificating.
Part of pontification, dude. No, I'm kidding.
Well, the first show that we did the other night, I premiered it today actually at 2:00. Nobody watched it. I don't care. It's literally just to like put out crazy ideas and just well, here's my whole thing about me in the draft is I don't it's hard for me to commit to one player. I like to look at all the different angles of all the different players that we can get and all the different, to commit to one guy, you're not going to get that guy. So you have to go, I want these 5 guys at these positions, right? So that's a form of pontificating. So, I mean, the first episode that we did was about those aliens, the UFOs that we talked about on BTS that night that Aldo was like barrel rolling laughing about. That was a fun show. But it's literally an hour-long show that we just did the other night. It's about the UFOs that I saw in northern Georgia while camping, and it's fucking check it out, man, if you want to or not. I don't give a shit.
I want to check out the weather.
You want some more weather here? There you go. Let's pontificate the weather. Yeah,
I love that retro comment. She's 7 inches.
She's at least 7 inches. What is that?
Minimum.
Yeah. No, she's about 4 inches tall. Retro.
That's right. By my finger, she's 2 1/4, man.
Yeah, you got
I bet it is, Aldo. I bet it is.
You got some white ass fingers over there, Foster.
Damn old. Fucking wide ass, you motherfucker.
Small white ass fingers, ears. To everybody else, she's like 8 inches, you know.
Because I'm old and my nuts fell to the floor. Damn it.
We heard him.
Yeah.
We heard your nuts hit the floor, Foster.
Here.
Right.
Every time I get up.
There we go. I should be.
They keep slamming the floor.
Yeah.
Man.
Mm.
I should probably wrap this up.
DJ, what are you talking about? I know you probably got yours rolled up. They're under your fucking the back of your knee.
I'm like Sammo. Empty. Feel me? Empty, man.
Keep empty, man. We keep them empty.
He's got empty nuts too, huh? I must have missed the boat on that one. Damn it.
Damn it. Come on, Foster.
Gotta keep them light, Foster. You gotta keep them light, baby.
I'll get it before I die. I'll learn this shit, I hope.
Foster, you know that you are in the age range that you need.
Greetings. I'm Dr. Dick Richards. Have you ever thought you were done going pee-pee, only moments later to find a drip or 2 or 3 in your underwear? Have you ever felt ashamed? Well, feel ashamed no more. Even the iconic legendary musician Elvis Presley has had his own share of drippy dick. For all the males and the they, them, there, go, thou arts out there. Anyone with a dick. I've invented a revolutionary patented design called Drippy Dicks. Our state-of-the-art patented design can absorb up to 2.5 cups of pee-pee. Place adhesive side down in your banana hammock. Watch.
And put it in your banana hammock, Foster.
Hammock.
You don't want to get your drippy dicks on your banana hammock, Foster.
No, I don't, man. It would just be a sticky situation. Dick Richards.
No, it's Dick Richards. He's the brother of Chim Richards.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
Chim Richards from the iconic, legendary film Anchorman, which is in the scene where Anchorman himself was talking to, he's talking to the blonde in the other room, and he's like, he keeps calling her, acting as a different person, and he's like, "Oh, this is Dr. Chim, Dr. Chim Richards." And she's like, "Yeah, what's going on now, doctor?" And he's like, "Well," and then she sees him over the window, and they both like duck down and start laughing. So that's his brother, Dick Richards.
Man,
Dick Richards.
Foster has drippy dicks and droopy balls.
That's right. Retro, man, are you spying on me or what, dude?
Yeah, are you guys like? Do you guys have some past
all the shit
history
this
or
guy
something?
knows about me? He's got to be spying on me, man.
Retro likes to fuck with people just like you do, Foster. He's right there with you.
I have no problem with it. I enjoy it, man. It's
shit.
Man.
It's when people start fucking with me that I worry because it's just
Right,
too much
then you
fun
get a little bit
anyways,
worried,
man.
yeah. Well, guys, to keep this from 7 hours, we're past 4.
Yeah,
We-
it's already 1:30 by you, bro.
Should we wrap this shit up because we have a marathon going for the next couple of days? Hopefully, or a few days. Hopefully, Triple R is not in the hospital for this, but if he was, it would be epic.
Retro's 48. Retro's 48. He said.
Oh, he is. Okay. You're my age,
Hey,
Retro.
Retro, that's not much younger. Don't kid yourself, pal.
Well, you're only 39, Foster, so he's.
See, Retro, you're not that much older than me, dude. You too can look this bad someday. Just chill out; it'll happen.
So, Ryan Poles, he definitely wants to. He definitely wants to do the Bears to end this with us. So I'm gonna get him ready because let's see if he. Hold on. Let's play this so we can line it up correctly. Okay.
J2K, you got to pull it out. The script. Can't hear it.
Volume. Can't hear it.
What the fuck? It was playing. You know, that's ridiculous. Let me try one more time because this could work. It could work.
Sure, I'd love to. 1, 2, 3, Bears.
Burrs. Burrs.
All right, so apparently I have to like reset my computer or something because it won't let me play that again. Let's see. Oh, okay, it will. Okay. So, do you guys want to end that with Ryan Poles on a 1, 2, 3 Bears while we get out of here and prepare for a frickin' marathon? Anyone who would like to join the show can by emailing us, and you can join the show for the next 3 days of the draft and beyond. It's going to be fun. Hop in and out. Make it your own personal time. You can come in, say this, say that, get the fuck out of here. Everyone is invited. It's going to be a party. We're all going to be having a great time, and we all want you to be involved. Right, guys?
Absolutely, man.
Yes, sir.
Can we speak for
Come
Triple
on
R?
out.
Excellent. J2K says, get some sleep, Dan. You have a marathon tomorrow. Yes, that includes you guys too. So, on a 1, 2, 3 with Ryan Poles, you guys want to end this?
Yes, sir.
All right, ready? We will see you guys tomorrow for Draft'sMas Day. And we're going to have a blast. Join us. Hop in and out. There's so much stuff to watch. We are just happy to have you for whatever period of time you would like to join us during your draft process. That's what we're here for on BCP. We love you guys. Like, subscribe, set your notifications. Guys, let's sign this off with Mr. Poles on a 1, 2, 3.
Sure, I'd love to. 1, 2, 3, Bears.
Bears.
Suck.